Maybe not.
Well, if we get to Trammell's tonight, we'll just take it.
So excited about all the things, great things going on in East Baton Rouge Parish. We will be live on our YouTube stream for this event, as well as a Facebook live stream. So we are double teaming it today. So I would like to kick this off with our volunteers in public schools, Ms. Hendon, to come up and if you want to come right on up. I'm sorry. I was reading too fast. So I'm going to let you make the announcement. Thank you and welcome. Yeah, not yet. Let's see. Keep trying.
Let's see.
There you go.
Okay, there we go. Do I control this myself? Oh, I see it's working. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I am Scott Hendon, the new volunteers in public schools, community partners, and volunteers director. VIPS is excited about this new school year and the partnerships we look to develop between our community and our schools through the entire district. I am pleased to present a newly established partnership with Chase Bank. We recognize there is a great need for financial knowledge in our community, knowing that one out of every 4 Baton Rouge citizens live in poverty. Gaining knowledge of what it takes to be a homeowner, how to properly save and invest money can empower many of our families. Through Chase's racial equity commitment, Marlise Sanders, the community manager, is improving financial health, starting with our youngest minds. Oops. This summer, Mrs. Sanders introduced the Money Smarts program to the students of Park Forest Elementary School. This program taught the students the importance of saving, building credit, and they were even gifted piggy banks to encourage saving. This school year, Chase Bank is introducing financial literacy to every high school in the East Baton Rouge Parish School District. This allows our high school students to learn tools to accomplish true financial freedom. And again, I introduce you to Miss Marlise Sanders.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I am so proud to be able to be a part of this Baton Rouge community to go back and reinvest in what we know to help our citizens, our students, and our small business owners here. So thank you so much for this honor. Greatly appreciate it and look forward to the continued work in our community with Chase Bank. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hang on one second. We're going to take a picture.
Yes. On behalf of the school board and the superintendent, I'd like to present this to you. And as a faithful Chase customer, I appreciate all that you do in our community. Thank you very much.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. So we're going to take a picture this way.
Oh,
Okay.
excuse me.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Right here.
Right there. Perfect.
One, two, three. Good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good to see you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much to Chase Bank. We appreciate you so much helping with our children on financial literacy. We move now to the Exxon Mobil Summer Internship. Mr. Niecase, would you like to kick us off?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Tatman, Dr. Narcisse, and Mr. Goday as well. We're excited tonight to be able to recognize students who participated in the ExxonMobil internship program this summer. Going back to the spring, ExxonMobil, we worked with them. They gave us materials. We recruited heavily. We sent information out to our teachers, to our students, through all of our communication streams. And we're so excited that we had 5 of our students participate in the program. And so tonight, Mr. Carl Raymond from ExxonMobil will come up and talk about the program. Many of you had a chance to see the students actually present what they learned. So it was really exciting to see that, and they'll talk about that as well. So again, great partnership, and can't wait to recognize these students and the work they did. Thank you.
So good evening to everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Carl Raymond. I'm the mechanical development coordinator for the Baton Rouge complex. I was also the 2022 mechanical high school internship director. So I had a part in, the move in setting this up. So first of all, I would like to thank the school board for your service and your continued support. I also like to give a special thanks to Mr. Tapman, Mr. Gode, for your presence at our closing ceremony. It really solidified and showed that this is a partnership, and without you guys, this wouldn't happen. So we thank you for that. This year we were fortunate to invite 10 students from local Baton Rouge area high schools to participate in an 8-week curricular where we exposed them to highly skilled, highly paid crafts and really showed them that there's a plethora of opportunities that's out there for them. We challenged them and we really drove them to take advantage of this opportunity and the shadowing opportunity that we had with our ExxonMobil professionals. So our hope and our goal in this program is to show that we're committed and we're dedicated to workforce development in the Baton Rouge area. And we really are invested in our local community and the kids that come from that community. So with that being said, I would like to thank the kids and the families for their dedication, their participation, their interest. Without them, this is not possible. And we're really excited to see how they capitalize on the lessons that they learned from this opportunity. So thank you to all, and we appreciate your efforts.
Great. So are you going to do them in order, Mr. Nikes or Mr. Raymond?
Yes, we have slides, so we can go ahead and start with the first student, and we can have them come up one at a time, and we can go ahead and give them their award. So thank you.
Mr. Gordon, can you do them up?
You can call them up, and we just take pictures.
All right, so we're going to start with Mr. Carlos Lee from Baton Rouge Magnet High School.
After you take pictures, you get them all.
But you want them individual.
Yeah, let them take individual pictures.
Okay, we got time. Thank you very much for your efforts. Contributions we did from the school board and the superintendent. Thank you very much. Okay. Get back over here, take a picture. Good to see you again. Good to see you again. Good to see you. Step back and take a picture. Good looking from you. I need to get on you. Come together again.
And we go to our next student, Christian Spikes, Liberty High School.
Give you this. Board and superintendent for all the hard work. Go Patriots. Everybody should stay. Audience is still paper. Got it?
All right, and our next student is Gabrielle Spears, Astruma High School.
There we go. Congratulations on your hard work this summer. That's from the board and superintendent. So come toward me a little bit. A little bit more since we got it in there. Can we get us all in? I can. Great. Thank you.
All right, and our next student is Jaden Moody, Estruma High School.
Jaden, congratulations on all of your hard work this summer.
And the next student is Johnny Williams from Scotlandville Magnet High School. And I do not think they could be here tonight. So again, recognizing them, and we'll get their award to them.
One of these. Thank you to all the community efforts. Appreciate it very much.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment. Mr. Godet and I had an opportunity to go and watch these incredible young people talk about their experiences at ExxonMobil. You could see how that hands-on experience and that interaction with adults and role models impacted them. They were highly motivated. Every one of your presentations were fantastic, and it's not just because you're with EBR. It's because they were, and I'm inspired by your energy and the things that you're going to do in your life. Having that sort of real life experience is going to change your world, and that's what we want to do. And instead of there being 5 today, we want to make sure that next time there's 50 or 500. So I want to thank Mr. Raymond for his work and leading this program. Mr. Raymond, thank you so much. And I want to thank Mr. Nikase for all the work that he did on it. So thank you all so much. Mr. Godet.
Yes, I just want to echo President Tapman's words. It was a pleasure to be able to watch the presentations. As an engineer myself, I never had the opportunity to do that as a high school student before I chose the engineering profession. I think if I had, I'd have been even more certain of my choice. But it was great to watch all the people doing that. And while I have the microphone, I'm going to put in a shameless plug here. Yesterday or day before yesterday, we attended the first annual, and I'm going to say that, first annual match day for East Baton Rouge Parish with our senior internship program. We had approximately 150 student interns matched up with employers, government entities, nonprofits, and whatever, where they will be taking paid internship roles coming into the rest of this year in their senior year. And that's been a great success. I have high hopes for Mr. Nikase and his team that have done all of that. And also our goal next year is to have over 1,000 interns. So we had, I think we had over 300 students apply, but we only had 150 slots to put them in as all of that worked. But next year, if you're an employer out there listening to this, we would much hope that you would put in and work with us in order to give these students an opportunity to intern and get a taste for what the real life world looks like out there. And not only that, to earn some money. And we hope that this will show them the need to continue the education, their need to graduate, which will result in better academics and better graduation rates and a better preparedness for when they go to college or whatever career they go to. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Mr. Nikase and his team and our superintendent for that work. It was impressive watching those students and watching the local businesses pair up at that ceremony. And so I hope it's the first of many more to come. And I hope it's the smallest one we ever had, because I hope it gets bigger and bigger from that point. So thank you, Mr. Nikase. Thank you for your team. Thank you for everybody in the Baton Rouge community that participated. And to me, it was a wonderful start to a brand new program. Thank you.
If I could just add to that, Board Member Godet and President Tapman, when I came on board as superintendent of the school district, one of the tasks that you guys had, as well as board members, was to make sure that we're creating a workforce approach. and getting our children to have real life experiences in that work, and adding the $15 an hour that they're going to get in learning what they actually want to become helps to remove barriers and opportunity and access for them to have that work. One of the things that I always share is Baton Rouge. Since I arrived, I noticed that Baton Rouge is a city that has a lot of resources. And our goal is to coordinate those resources with the success of our children. And we have 41,000 reasons to get that right. And so we're excited that this pathway for our match day and internship work, as Board Member Gaudet, you gave the numbers. We had 300 plus students that applied. We start off with 150, but yet next year will be 1,000. Will be the number, and then the year after that will be 2,500. And so the reason it's important is we have 10,000 high school students in this school system. And a part of our pathways work has been to not only provide kids with opportunity and access to higher level courses and those things, but also get them in the pathway for industry-based certification and to get high wage, high demand jobs. And it feels good as a superintendent to be a part of a community that wants to aggressively do this work as the charge the board gave me when you hired me to do that. And I'm just glad that we're going to continue to elevate that work to accelerate the work for kids, save parents money, and more importantly, get our children in a pathway that we know will give them early access in life. I sit here because I am a product of that. So I wholeheartedly believe that every day as I wake up and I lead this district in this work. And I'm just excited that we're delivering on our promise that we said we are. And I also want to give kudos to Exxon, who has set the trend on this years ago before any of us arrived here, as this city has been built a lot on the work that you guys have done, but also credit all of the other business partners who have helped to make this possible. And also the parents and family members that are entrusting us with their children every day. We cannot do this work in isolation, and we cannot do this work without doing it as a village and a community. And we appreciate that work. And so I just wanted to express my gratitude as we continue to make our school district one of the best urban school districts in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. We will break now until our regularly scheduled board meeting at 5 o'clock. Thank you all for being here. Thank you. let the viewing audience and those of you who are present in the room know that we are awaiting a quorum. Once we have a quorum, we will start the meeting. Thank you. Like to call meeting opening for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System for Thursday, September 15th, 2022. I would like to take a moment to read a board meeting decorum statement. As a reminder to the public, the following rules of board meeting decorum may be found in Board Policy BCB. It is in the public interest that meetings of the school board or its committees in handling the public's business be conducted in an orderly and dignified manner. To this end, the following rules are established for the conduct of all persons, including school board members and staff members attending a meeting of the board or its committees. No signs, posters, placards, etc. shall be affixed to the walls, doors, etc. of the school board office building or any room therein, except by the school board staff in connection with the school board business, and then only with the permission of the superintendent and or his or her designees. No sign, placard, or poster which is carried by hand shall be permitted in the school board office, building, or any of its rooms. All persons attending meetings of the school board or its committees must be recognized by the presiding officer before speaking. In return, the presiding officer and other school board members shall courteously receive comments made by such persons. Personal attacks and references to personal and confidential information of others are not allowed. Any person who fails or refuses to obey the rulings and the direction of the presiding officer or otherwise disrupts the meeting in any manner shall be requested by the presiding officer to leave the meeting room for the remainder of that meeting. If any persons refuse to follow the directions of the presiding officer shall cause such person to be removed from the meetings as authorized by Louisiana Revised Statutes 42:17 and other applicable laws of the state of Louisiana. So we move now to the invocation, which will be led by school board member Connie Bernard, and we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by a cadet who will be introduced by Army Instructor Sergeant First Class Theodore Crockett. Will you all please rise?
Bow your heads, please. Almighty and gracious God, we, your children, gather here to share for the good of this school system and the common good, the gifts and graces you have given us. As we plan the work of this school system, help us to be mindful of your charge for us to be wise stewards of this world and its resources. We are responsible not just for money or success, but for the well-being of all whom we employ and all those families we serve. Guide us so we think wisely, plan carefully, and act diligently for the life of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. Lead us always to make choices based on your teachings. Let us remember that you wish us to practice justice and walk humbly with you. With your guidance, we will, Lord, work to serve you as we serve each other through the various departments of this school system. We acknowledge that all we have is a gift from your almighty hand. Direct us to only make those decisions and plans that honor the law you have given us, serve the people we represent, and establish an organization that has a moral and social conscience. In your name, amen.
Amen. Sergeant Crockett.
Good evening.
Good evening.
President, Mr. Tapman, school board members, Dr. Nassis, citizens, friends of East Baton Rouge Parish, I am Sergeant First Class Theodore Crockett, Army instructor at Scotlandville Manning High School, where I have the privilege of teaching 150 freshman cadets out of 240 program. And I have the privilege of serving with the awesome leadership of Mr. Principal, Mr. Paul Jackson at Scotlandville High School. From the words of Mr. Jackson, we are Scotland strong, Ville proud. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce last year's JRTC Freshman of the Year, Cadet Second Lieutenant Triana Blue. She's the daughter of Mr. Gregory and Ms. Christina Reed of Baton Rouge. In JRTC, she is the S4 supply officer and responsible for maintenance, security, record keeping, issue, and turning of all JRTC property. She is also the member of the archery team and color guard. Her goals are to graduate top of her class with honors and become a future trauma nurse. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Second Lieutenant Triana Blue.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Goody.
On behalf of the superintendent and the board, I'd like to present you with this medal and thank you for your service and thank you for coming out here and helping us today. Oh, there. Would you like to take a picture?
We could get Mr. Jackson in that picture. Thank you all. Appreciate it. We are having a few little technical difficulties with the computer, so we will, we ready for a roll call? Okay, well, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
District 9, President Tapman.
Present?
District 4, Vice President Collins. District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 3, Mr. Howard. District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Present.
District 6, Ms. Dyson. District 7, Mr. Goday.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Present.
We have a quorum. We will move now to the approval of the minutes. Item B1, approval of the school board minutes of the August 18th, 2022 regular board meeting and the September 8th, 2022 committee of the whole meeting as published in the official journal. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Goday, seconded by Ms. Bernard. Seeing no questions or comments from the board, are there any comments from the audience on the minutes? Seeing none, back to the board. I believe we're going to have to do a roll call vote. We will do a roll call vote.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Yes.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Yes.
District 9, President Tapman.
Yes,
Motion carries.
the minutes are approved. We will now move to item C1, monthly finance. These are for information only, my monthly financial report. Number 1, personnel changes. C2, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Tapman. Last time I'd asked about, whether we were looking at any indications as to why we are having such turnover. I see a lot of turnover, a lot of moving around, and I had a letter that's very complimentary of the district that I'd like to share real quick from an employee that's won national awards through the district, and but has moved on. And she says, "Dear Dr. Narcisse and members of the board, first I'd like to thank the Fine Arts and HR departments. Their efforts made me feel valued, and I'm grateful for everything they did. I am a nationally recognized, award-winning, and published arts educator, one of only 75 in the nation, and the only one in EBR trained in arts leadership by Crayola and the NAEA. I could not have accomplished any of this without the experiences given to me by this district. For that, I am forever grateful. For classroom teachers in EBR, there is still very little opportunity for upward mobility. There are limited non-admin leadership positions. Those that exist are usually unpaid and overworked. Promotions often come in title only. Even growth through higher ed is limited for arts educators. There are no arts education programs in Baton Rouge and no financial assistance or aid for arts educators who seek it. Both of these facts are contributing to the loss of art teachers and the inability to attract new ones. We feel we have been controlled, bullied, and threatened into compliance. I was just one on a long transfer request list who was willing to relocate when 230 of my colleagues were moved against their wishes. A lack of respect from those in both district and school site leadership has made the job unattainable. There is no collaboration, no trust in educators or valuing of our expertise, experience, and time. Unmanageable class sizes, unreasonable expectations, and excessive responsibilities make our jobs impossible. Work-life balance is non-existent. We have been set up to fail. Any arts education is my passion. The EBR Fine Arts Department is the strongest part of this district. It is filled with talented and dedicated people whom I respect and love. I cannot express in words how hard it was to walk away from those colleagues or the loss I feel for the work I've built here and what could have been. It is my dream to enhance arts education, but working for EBR these past 3 years has been a death by 1,000 cuts. I made every attempt to stay. I really did. Unfortunately, the combination of what's described in this letter and the lack of competitive pay has left me no choice. It is my hope in writing this that the board will listen and be brave enough to call for fundamental changes. Teacher recruitment is important, but teacher retention will make or break this district in the long run. P.S. This is a little odd. I guess Dr. Narcisse won't be bringing any cake to my classroom. I'm not sure about the cake comment, but I think this sort of gives us a little insight into some of the things that we might be able to help with as we try to recruit more teachers back into the district and retain those that we have. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on monthly financial report or personnel changes? We also have public records request monthly report, item C3. Seeing no comments or questions from the board, we'll move now to item D1, update from the superintendent.
Thank you, President Tapman. It's just so exciting about what great work that our 6,000 employees and 3,200 teachers do every day, committed to our work. This was a wonderful week for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. The excitement has been that we've, as a district, have moved towards putting children first and everything second. We appreciate, as we've told many of our staff, about the great things that are going on, and also we are very appreciative about all of the staffing teams across schools around their commitment to ensuring that the children of East Baton Rouge Parish have access and opportunity across this district. Actually yesterday was our internship match day. We had the privilege of matching over up to 150 seniors with companies across the system. And those seniors would be paid $15 an hour to do internships with major companies that are there. And we should give that a hand to the companies that are letting those kids have those practices. As you saw in the recognition, groups like ExxonMobil, Lemoyne, Fusion Architect, Baton Rouge General, Ochsner, Our Lady of Lake. We had so many companies, and I'm always fearful to name companies because you don't want to miss anybody, because we're going to be asking them again the following year. One of the major goals we had was not only to give children internships so they can learn within their profession, but to expand that every single year. This year, we piloted 150 students. Next year, our goal is to have 1,000 students that have internships across this city, and not only getting credit for their high school experience, but also getting paid simultaneously at $15 an hour. And year 3, we plan to have 2,500 students doing that. Let's give that a hand, because we need to be celebrating children doing well and making sure that children are first in our work. I wanted to recognize just a few more things. Hispanic Heritage Month. As many of you know, we are a school system that have many different cultures and many different folks in it. Today is the beginning of Hispanic Heritage Month, which is observed from September 15th to October 15th. During this time, we celebrate the history, culture, and contributions of Americans whose ancestors came from places such as Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. Please stay connected to all of our social media channels and the district websites for updates on how we'll be celebrating this month. One of our major goals has been to celebrate all the cultures that we have in our school system. No matter where you are, what nationality you are, whether you're male or female, whatever your context, it's important that you have a place in this school system, and we celebrate as a community, because that is what makes our school system and our community much stronger with its diversity, and we're excited about that. We also, this evening, we are joined by representatives of LDOE and Empower Schools, who are here to share with you information about the Reimagine Grant and the support that's being provided to the school district as we plan to implement the projects that have been approved by the state for school system innovation. As many of you know, we applied for a grant, which was very competitive with LDOE, and I think I just saw Max walk in here as well. We've been partnering with LDOE in a lot of many initiatives and collaborating a lot of our work together. And due to us competing for this grant, we were awarded to work with Empower Schools to be able to take some of our most successful programs and replicate them to provide even more opportunity. So I'm going to ask for Ms. Casey Lawrence from Empower Schools and Dr. Bedley from our federal programs to come up just to quickly and briefly share with the board some of this work.
Today, as promised, we have our consultant from Empower, Ms. Carrie Lawrence, who will present to you. And we also have representatives from the State Department, Dr. Tolleton and Dr. Matthews are here with us as well, and as long as also our Reimagine team. Raise your hand. So today, we're going to let Ms. Lawrence talk to you about Empower.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. My name is Carrie, and I work with the nonprofit Empower Schools, as y'all have mentioned, and I'm here on EBR's request to share more information about the Reimagine School Systems Grant from LDOE. So starting this off, just a quote from Dr. Brumley, that when Reimagine was launched, the vision was to encourage school systems to create new high-quality educational opportunities, to be innovative, and to challenge themselves in their students. And that's exactly what your system is proposing doing with these grants. As Dr. Narcisse mentioned, this was a competitive grant process. So first of all, congratulations. Wanted to show on this slide that there were 80 applicants for this grant. There were 36 grants awarded, and these are 2 of those grants. and 17 parishes are represented from the awardees that's on the map here. And as I mentioned, it's a new grant funding opportunity from LDOE to plan and implement transformative and innovative, sustainable local innovation. So I want to share more about the structure of this grant. This grant is divided into a planning phase, which is called phase 1, and an implementation phase, which is in phase 2. And the grant is structured so that LDOE will assess completion of phase 1, the planning phase, and before moving the system on to the implementation phase in phase 2. So right now, me and my team have been supporting the EBR Reimagine team to identify the action-specific deliverables, to begin completing some of these deliverables, which I'll talk more in detail about what I mean by that, and of course, to communicate progress to LDOE throughout. So once all of these have been completed, we will submit a request to LDOE to assess our progress. And if approved, then the larger amount of implementation funds would be released and we would move into implementation. So this grant is structured with LDOE recommending systems taking a planning year. EBR is taking this planning year right now with a goal of implementing in 23-24. And I mentioned deliverables. So deliverables are essentially what drives the planning process. These are documents that each system is completing, but is completely customized with all of the content from each system to drive these conversations that are really deep and meaty conversations about planning and what it takes to actually do this work. And then, of course, a rubric. So LDOE has developed a rubric to create a bar of quality for what they're expecting in the deliverables that are created throughout this grant process. And there is an advisory committee, which I'll speak about in a second. And once the advisory committee finalizes each deliverable, it's submitted to LDOE for scoring against this rubric. So today I'm here to share more about 2 specific Reimagine grants awarded to EBR. We have one for the Baton Rouge Center for Visual and Performing Arts, BRCVPA, and the Foreign Language Academic Immersion Magnet, FLAME. So 2 different schools, but a similar grant structure, which is why that we've looped them together in this presentation, and that the goal is to expand 1 grade at a time. So you can see in the table and below that next year, the proposal is to expand to grade 6, following by expansion to grade 7, followed by an expansion to grade 8, to have a full continuum of rigorous, unique model-aligned instruction from grades pre-K to 8 by the end of school year 25-26. And there's also funding amounts listed here. Each grant was awarded $300,000 in the phase 1 planning phase, and if successfully approved for phase 2 implementation, would each receive a little over $1 million each. And I will hand it now to Dr. Bethley to share more about the grant's alignment to the district.
Okay. So as you know, both grants are directly aligned with our district's mission, vision, and our overall strategy. Our mission, of course, is inspiring humanity through transformational learning in the classroom and in the community. So the transformational learning will occur at both schools, will allow for immersion programming and also for visual and performing arts programming. The learning inspires humanity both in the classroom and beyond as students develop new perspectives and skills. So, of course, the grants align with our vision. The key focus of our vision is to increase high-quality educational options by expanding successful schools. Of course, with our expansions in both schools, this will allow for exceptional programming that will enable all of our students to cultivate the competencies and their desired pathways that will enable them to participate in a more modern workforce.
So I've mentioned an advisory committee. I want to share more about what I mean by that. The Reimagine grant requires the establishment of an advisory committee for each grant, which is made up of district leaders with the goal of providing input and feedback on these planning documents that I've mentioned, and also work to bring this vision to fruition by building consensus and communicating about this work across the system. You can see here the list of the advisory committee members. being from the chief of staff and other director level positions, and of course, the principals of each of the 2 schools that we've mentioned. We also have a list on this slide of the dates of each advisory committee meeting. So you'll notice that 2 have already been conducted, and the work with the advisory committee will wrap up by January of 2023. I also want to talk about the project coordinators. Each Reimagine grant has a project coordinator, and I'm lucky to get to work with 2 from East Baton Rouge, and they serve as a key point of contact for anything Reimagine. They work on weekly planning meetings, if not more, with me and my team. They attend all the advisory committee meetings and, of course, all other LDW grant convenings. And also, I'm here to talk to you as the technical assistance support. So as a part of Reimagine, all grantees are required to work with technical assistance through the planning and implementation phase. And my organization, Empower Schools, was approved through a competitive RFA process at the state level. Our support during this planning phase is focused on making sure that we are providing as much support possible through both progress, I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought, through project management to make sure the project is meeting all the deliverables, being finished on time, and of course completed to LDOE standards. Also providing capacity to your team. We know that district level leaders have lots of things on their plate, and so we aim to make their job as easy as possible with Reimagine and provide support to create deliverables, facilitate advisory committee meetings, and also hopefully to share a role as a thought partner in sharing any additional ideas when requested about ways to make the project even better. So of course, we want to make sure that all of the grant requirements are met and that we can support EBR to develop really exceptional plans to serve kids well. Looking ahead, we have planning is underway for the 2 grants. The advisory committee meeting has met twice, and all 5 out of 13 of the deliverables for planning have been completed. We anticipate conducting the final advisory committee meeting in January with a projected completion of March 2023 for the planning phase, with an estimated April approval by LDOE and release of those larger implementation funds to enable EBR with Empower support to begin phase 2 implementation phase next May through the end of the Reimagine grant term, which is through September of 2024. To give you a better sense of what we mean when we say deliverables, I also included this table here, which you can see in the first column is a list of all the types of documents that grantees are working through, from aligning on a mission and vision to getting really detailed on a budget and sustainability plan. You'll also see there are yellow triangles for the advisory committee meetings and white triangles for system board meetings. So we have a question mark in the last one. We need to get the date set, but we will be back to report on planning progress to you all in the spring of 2023. So thank you so much for your time, and I hope this was helpful. As I mentioned, the group will be back to present to you in spring of 2023. And also one of the deliverables is a stakeholder engagement plan. So there will be board touch points, of course, incorporated up throughout. Please reach out to the project coordinators with any questions. And I believe the board has a copy, but there's also linked here a Reimagine participant guide with lots of information about the grant should you want to dig very deep. But I'll stop now and open it up for questions. And we also have our LDOE representatives here with any LDOE focused questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Vice President Collins.
This actually is more geared towards staff, EBR district staff. I raised concern about 6, 7, and 8 at Baton Rouge Flame impacting Westdale middle programming. And it slipped my mind in the moment to raise concern about 6, 7, and 8 expansion potentially being detrimental to McKinley Middle, which has this programming already. And we had concern about this. We've had conversation about expanding 6, 7, and 8 grades with this same kind of programming that is at BRCVPA and McKinley when we had our discussion and approved and voted for 6, 7, and 8 grade expansion at Forest Heights. I have not heard any discussion, seen any presentation to help alleviate concern that we are not going to have a negative impact on a whole school site at McKinley Middle if we expand over at BRCVPA. It is amazing programming. Okay, yes, people want it, but we already expanded in that type of programming when we said, yes, let's spend tax plan dollars to move forward at those students at Forest Heights Elementary, continuing past 5th grade and doing 6, 7, and 8th grade. That is going to pull, or probably has already begun pulling, from McKinley. And now we saying, I don't know, it's just all of a sudden not going to have an impact on a school that is dedicated specifically to this. The general frustration beyond this is that we consistently get presentations on amazing ideas, but it doesn't take too much scratching to raise significant concerns that have not been planned for. Just like with Flame, there needs to be some expansion at Flame. And I personally believe it can be done without harming Westdale, but ain't no plans and no strategy been thought through to address it. I don't know how you can mitigate harm to McKinley Middle. Maybe we can, and maybe there won't end up being enrollment problems at McKinley Middle, but I don't see it, and I'm just raise concern. I know this is a grant. I know we're in a certain phase, this, that, and the third. I appreciate the update, but I have to raise those concerns because we haven't heard it thus far addressed, and I hate for us to get to the last phase and then, oops, we have a major problem. And then also in terms of BRCVPA, has there been conversation with CSRS, or do we just happen to know in terms of land space usage and them getting their new school with the tax plan, their new school building? Do we have space for 6, 7, and 8? Is that part of what's already being, is there room to have that conversation of, well, make sure we don't do this, let's make some adjustments on that so that with the help of this grant, we can move forward without having to spend more money correcting some things to accommodate it. And so I just wanted to put that on the record that we really have to be careful not to cause harm to our students. So I don't want nobody to say, I ain't worrying about the students. The students in the buildings receiving those programs. Thank you.
Sorry, if Ms. Lawrence, since the board's making comments,
Of course.
you can go ahead and have a seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Tapman. Ms. Collins made some of the comments that I wanted to bring to your attention, but on top of that, I want to remind us of our lack of a broader plan for the district and how we may be moving forward in one area without that plan. I wanted to ask also, what's the date for the rebuild to begin on BRCVPA? And if we're looking to expand upward with a higher grade level, do we have space for that? But also, if this grant was brought to us to look at the demand that some of these schools some of our schools have, And these two are some of our most highly demanded schools. But we see that the waiting lists are for existing classes. Have we thought about expanding outward, broader, increasing the number of classrooms for existing grades so that we can fill the demand that's coming in? Every year we have a waiting list for just about every grade that exists there. And by doing that, we would not impact the programming at any of the middle schools that are already offering the same types of programming. And I know that at least at one of these schools, the leadership they're not as aware of everything that we're speaking of as we say that they are. And without community input on any of these ideas, we may be running forward because we have some dollars to do some things that we might need to think a little bit more about. So I would really ask that you would take a look at what those waiting lists really look like, because I know there's lots of demand. There's people waiting to get in, especially BR, CVPA, for those existing grades. And if we went wide instead of higher, we may fill that bill a whole lot faster. Because if you go higher, you're still going to have the demand for the classroom space for the grades that exist now. So thank you for considering those things.
Thank you, Ms. Ware-Jackson. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, President Tadman. I just wanted to make a quick clarifying point because I heard Forest Heights expansion being brought up. And the clarifying point is that the middle school is not going to be a designated magnet. That was specifically a part of the conversation that we initially started. The middle school at Forest Heights is going to be a portfolio school. And the reason being is because we want to allow access for students that actually live inside of that community. Forest Heights in its beginning stages was never designed to be a designated magnet school. And since such, we have taken that community component away from what the school was potentially created to be used for. And I just wanted to bring that up as again, a point of clarity, because I didn't want us to group that particular instance in when that just may not have been the case. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Ms. Bernard.
I just wanted to ask the superintendent if he has any numbers for the waiting list and if he could address the go wider comment, because in some of our conversations, my conversations with you, take it away.
Thank you, Board Member Bernard. First, let me just say this because I see Principal McBride and Dr. Moore, can you please stand? Let's first give these two leaders a hand. Their leadership and their work. They are fierce advocates for ensuring great programming in their schools, and they've been a part of the conversations. We began that as we have been excited to work with Empower, who's done this in many cities like Dallas and other places to help to expand great schools in terms of quality across the country. One of the things there has, as you heard Ms. Lawrence said, in order to compete for the grant, we had to provide a number of set of data. And all of those data had to be where you had to show that the school was a demand. Also, you had to show that there was a number of set of criteria for that. The proposal was for us to make that request on expansion from pre-K-8, as you saw Ms. Lawrence shared in her PowerPoint, and then work with Empower to help us with our technical assistance on how to engage our community around whatever the expansion is. And so we are currently in the phase 1 process. As you saw in the PowerPoint presentation, there's 2 phases to that. And so I know the board is asking a lot of technical questions right now. There's a lot of set of things that have to happen, such as begin the engagement of the community. We've engaged with school leaders that are going to start engaging with the community. They've been a part of the conversations as soon as we receive the grant. And so we are in initial stages in that process. And so we will have even more details as we come down. But as you know, once you get the grant and you begin certain conversations, then you start beginning all these expansion components. And also, I would say a lot was considered in terms of the choice of these two schools, not only because they're most unique, but also there's been clear demand from families around high quality choice of schools across the parish. And so we've been trying to create more quality seats. As you know, at schools, whether you are at BRCVPA, Flame, Westdale, these are some of our most, McKinley Middle, are some of our most demanding schools. And we don't have enough seats in them to provide service. And so this is just a way to begin to provide more opportunities as we are working to balance out opportunities across the entire school district. And so just wanted to tell the board there's more conversations that are coming. We don't want to put the cart before the horse on everything, but we've had to go through all this data approach before we can even be awarded the grant. And so we're really excited about providing more opportunities accordingly. We appreciate the leadership of Principal McBride and Dr. Moore at BRCPA and Principal McBride at Flame in terms of engaging. We've also engaged them a little bit, and they've been lockstep and key as we've been walking through the process. And as we go through the next phases, we'll be starting to engage the community. And so we're really excited about that. And so,
so are you saying then that the plans will be developed with community input and that these options are on the table going wider?
Yes. So there's the options are wider. So the conversation, we haven't fully engaged the community yet because we've been working through our process. That's a part of the next stages. And so to give you specifics on which grade, if we're going to expand here or do that, we're just not at that stage yet.
I understand. Well, thank you for addressing that. I really appreciate it. Can I have a moment of personal privilege, Mr. Chapman? I would like to recognize the esteemed member of the 19th JDC, Judge Don Johnson, who is sitting in the front row. And thank you for your service, Judge, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Vice President Collins.
My name was in the queue because I dropped the ball when I first had the mic because my nerves was bad. I was supposed to recognize Judge Johnson. And kind of, I appreciate you for picking up the ball on my behalf. Look, for another quick another quick point of clarity. What's approved? We applied for what? Because the superintendent just mentioned that we have some things to plan, and I understand that. But then we applied for what? So that we focus on specifically what in this moment. Are we specifically supposed to be focusing on 6, 7, and 8 expansion right now at those 2 school sites? Is that what we applied for and that's what we approved to move forward with?
Yes, ma'am. We applied to have innovative programs and to expand our pre-K programs and also to move up a grade level, 6, 7, and 8 year. Like the first year would be 6th grade, second year 7th grade, and then like that.
So then we are in this moment based on what was approved and no amendments applied for and all that kind of thing. In this moment, we are moving forward with preparing to expand 6th, 7th, and 8th grade at BRCVPA and Flame.
Yes, ma'am. And pre-K.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. We are back to your report, Superintendent.
Yes, so just one final component we have. For my last update, I wanted to invite up just briefly the Achieve 3000 team to just come up and just present just a few slides of an overview of the academic component for children. As the board shared, as we discussed, it was important that in order for us to be able to keep, we wanted to keep children first, was to look at the benchmark assessments that our children take quarterly. As you know, we had ANET ELA, ANET Math, DIBELS for K-2 Achieve 3000, and our Dreambox for mathematics. So we wanted to allow each of those teams to provide a report as students are taking their diagnostic, and this would be very brief.
Thank you. President Hartman, Madam Vice President Collins, distinguished board members, and Superintendent Dr. Narcisse. My name is Emeka Inti, and I serve as the Vice President of School and Community Transformation with McGraw-Hill. I just want to take a few minutes actually and introduce my team who's going to be leading us through the presentation today. I want to start actually with Khan Nguyen, Dr. Nguyen actually, Dufour. And Dr. Dufour actually serves as our regional director here in Louisiana. She's also a native of the state of Louisiana. She lives in New Orleans. She's a former professor at LSU. And then next I want to introduce Tiffany Glasper. Tiffany serves as our regional VP of customer advocacy, and it's really focused around, you know, the team of customer advocates that work with all our school partners around the country. And she has a small group that's dedicated to the work that we're doing at East Baton Rouge as well. And she's going to be presenting as well. And then last but not the least, I want to introduce you to Dr. Courtney Brown. I'm sure most of you actually know Dr. Brown. She's a native here in Louisiana. She taught in the schools here in Louisiana, and she's currently teaching as well as at LSU. Her focus is around reading across the content, so it's very similar to what the work that she's doing at Baton Rouge. So I'll be available again to answer any additional questions, but I'm going to hand over to my team to actually do the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. We are excited and delighted to be here with you today to kind of share with you some information about the dynamic duo of digital literacy platforms, both evidence-based, and that is nothing other than Smarty Ants and Achieve 3000 literacy. And so then Smarty Ants is primarily designed for students in pre-K through second grades, and it is a multi-sensory customized learning pathway for students that moves them from learning to read to then reading to learn. And then Achieve 3000 literacy is primarily for students in 3 through 12th grades, and it provides differentiated reading instruction for students, complex text on their just right reading level. And included within that platform, for your knowledge, is also Word Studio, which provides foundational learning skills for students in secondary school, in addition to the Writing Center, in addition to the Career Center, which makes a tangible connection for us between Lexile, which could, for students, be a very elusive term, evasive term. It connects that to what they want to be when they grow up, in addition to several different collections to include a whole lot of information and test prep inside of the platform already included for you. And then here are a few quick facts about what we actually did last year when we are on campuses. I want to point out to you that hundreds of thousands of lessons were completed last year. And of your campuses, 47 of them exceeded expected Lexile growth. Overall, we had Lexile gains of 90. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later when we dig into the data. So how did we do this? Last year, in particular, we aligned our implementation with your already existing strategic alignment plan, specifically in the areas of cornerstones 1, 2, and 4. And so where student achievement was concerned, we approached a district-wide literacy approach by providing alignments to social studies and English teachers to assist them in integrating very smoothly Achieve 3000 into their already existing curriculum. That way, it didn't feel like something else that they had to do. Secondarily, with our partnership, our community partnership with EDU Inc., we provided to over 6,500 students at both career fairs the opportunity to apply to 60 HBCUs for the low price of $20. And then finally, most of the meat of the work that we did last year was on campuses, not just training teachers, not just training principals, not just having leadership meetings, but side by side with teachers, modeling in the classroom for them. Here's just a high-level look at our Smarty Ants performance data. I want to draw your attention to our pre-K students. I know we've been talking a lot about early literacy, and you'll see here on this particular slide that students who entered on pre-K level, by the end of the academic year, 431 of those students moved to kindergarten level. I want to point out to you that 23 of those students moved to first grade level, and then we had one student who actually moved to second grade level from pre-K. A lot of our students also finished the scope and sequence within Smarty Ants, and those students who finished that second grade, we moved them right into Achieve 3000 literacy without delay. And also for teachers, at the discretion of teachers and principals on campuses who thought that maybe some of their third through fifth grade students needed more assistance, we provided that through Smarty Ants as well. And so I'm going to call up my colleague here to tag in on some data.
Good evening. So here you see what we did with the implementation Courtney just talked about. What was the impact? So one thing about literacy is we look at not only just how often are the students using, how are the students actually performing? We don't want students on a program when the quality is actually low. We want you to go in and actually be successful when you complete the lessons. So overall, as a district, elementary to high school, the average Lexile growth for the district was 83 Lexile points. That was what we expected your students to grow. You actually grew 90 Lexile points. So as a district, you exceeded the Lexile growth. Then we look at different sub-pops, just looking at usage. For students who logged in consistently one lesson a week, didn't matter what the quality was, didn't matter their grade level, what was their Lexile growth, they actually grew 116 Lexile points. And to put that in perspective, in your package, you will have a Lexile chart. And when you're looking at triple-digit Lexile gains, you're talking about grade levels growth. So we have, go ahead.
So can you tell everybody what Lexile is?
Lexile is the reading measure developed by Metametrics to track, to standardize tracking reading growth. Okay, so we had several students in the district who actually, we have some students, if we're being honest, that are grade levels behind. We're talking 4, 5, 6 grade levels behind. So when you see students moving through this program, you're starting on a second grade level and you're in 8th grade and you're ending on a 7th grade level. That is to be celebrated. You're not where you need to be, but you're certainly headed in the right direction. And so when we look at students who just, when you get on, you may not be getting on consistently, but when you get on, you're performing with quality, meaning 75% or higher on your first try score. Those students grew 153 Lexile points. Look back at what we said the expected growth should be, 83 Lexile points. You've got students growing 153 Lexile points. And then when you put the two together, usage and performance, one lesson a week at 75% or higher, 208 Lexile point gain for those students. You had over 2,000 students do that. So that's 2.5 times the expected growth. And then for your students who got on 2 lessons or more a week at 75% or higher, their Lexile gains were even more, obviously 245 Lexile points. And so then we look at, that's just overall as a district. How does that look demographically and academically? So the goal of Achieve is we want students to be ready for college or career, whatever you want to do. And we want them to know that regardless of what you do, it is tied to a Lexile level. You need to know how to read, regardless of what you want to do. So if you look at the first group of students at CCR, College and Career Readiness, students who fell far below, and you look at how did they grow? If they averaged 1 lesson a week, with quality of 65 to 74% or higher, 182 Lexile point growth. So those students who are far below, we want you to grow the most to accelerate your growth. And then there's students who were approaching, grew 81 Lexile points, and the students who are meeting. You do notice that there is nothing populated for Exceed CCR. We did not do Magnet last year, but that is something Courtney's going to talk about as a focus for accelerating students who are above level, how to push them further above that. And then we looked at female and male usage was actually equal. They equally logged in the same. Females actually perform a little more advanced in quality over the males. And then looking at the demographics by race, ethnicity, Hispanics and African Americans had the most growth in the district. And there's something we did want to point out was with our Ls, they had the least growth. So one thing we want to target this year is for your students who are English language learners, how will we support them? What will we do to dig deeper and not just in the program? Well, how can we support what's happening in the entire instructional day? Courtney, you want to come celebrate some highlights?
I love celebrations. Before we get to this slide, I have to shout out Glen Oaks High School. I was there with them. Speaking of growth and big growth, they actually grew the students who are high fidelity 5.9 times Lexile growth. So if you round that up to 6, that's 2 grade levels for those students who are actually there working in the platform. So these are just some implementation highlights across the district. What I want you to note about this slide is every region is represented. And it's not just one type of school. It's not just magnet. It's not just traditional. Everybody was included here. And that's what happens in the usage of Achieve 3000 literacy. So what is our impact at this point on teachers and leaders? This just kind of highlights some of the stuff that it's very hard to talk about every little thing that we did. I already talked about the alignments. I spoke about the career fair that we were at. We've been at all the literacy nights. If you check some of the pictures, we were in them with Coach Ant and the students. We ended up being a keynote speaker at the Literacy Coaches Teachers Fair. And we did all of those things in order to assist the implementation of our program. We do several drop-ins. We celebrate what's going on campuses. So what we've decided going forward is to set specific targets for each section of our school system here. So elementary schools, you'll see middle schools, high schools, everywhere that you see the actual growth from last year, we're adding about 20 Lexile growth points to that as a target. Now, most of your schools are going to exceed that because they did it last year as well. In addition to that, we are also targeting our 8th grade because we know that those 8th graders are moving into Pathways to Bright Futures, dual enrollment, industry standard, all of those kind of things. So we want to make sure that we are providing specific supports to them as well. Okay.
Thank you so much, Board Member Dyson. I'm sorry, President Tao. Go right ahead. Sorry. Board Member Dyson.
Sorry. Oh, thank you so much. I am just thrilled. Literacy has been a focus of mine for quite a long time. And I've known that we have an under-identified population of students with reading challenges. So I am so proud of the literacy work that we're doing across this district, every subgroup, and that we're even going to include those that are on level to reach their highest potential. I'm especially excited about this school year because I think we cleared up some things about the time spent on the Achieve 3000 and that 90 minutes not being able to be used for a grade. And now it has been approved that the teachers can use this. And so the students now know there is something to gain immediately with a grade. And so they, I believe this year will be even more focused on doing the work. And so I'm just thrilled, and I can't wait until this point when you can come back and show us some activity that's happening within this school year along the way, and hopefully not wait a year, but see it along the way. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I appreciate this
Thank you.
presentation and your hard work.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. Mr. Howard.
Thank you. Thank you, President Tapman. So I think my question is, thank you guys for the presentation, for the information. I've heard some positive, is my mic on? Can you hear me? Okay. I've heard some positive feedback as it relates to Achieve 3000 and the programmatic piece. I think my question is more so for staff and our academic team. One of the things that you guys mentioned in your presentation was that you saw, based off of usage, that students perform well when they used it more. So how do we plan as an academic team to implement more usage to see more growth from our students?
So, Board Member Howard, thank you for that question. One of the things that we have been doing has been working with principals since summer leadership in partnership with Achieve 3000, all the partners that we have had to create action plans at schools where there is progress monitoring that's happening, and also support within coaches and coaches who work with teachers in the classroom on making sure that, one, there's buy-in into the work, but also for them to be thinking through about how they can see the connection between this and growth. I want to credit teachers too, because you can get any platform you want, but teachers' buy-in makes a difference. Because this board has been consistent on keeping specific assessments and those things, we've given our teachers now time to get better with the platforms, and the bottom has been even more. I think what I hope people have heard is that kids are growing in reading, which has made a huge difference to show that we have, we're not the scores that you saw in our state assessment is not by luck. We are doing it intentionally. And we believe that those scores will do even better this year because of the consistency. And so the action plans, progress monitoring, and also giving teachers more time to kind of work and figure out having more conversation around platform and content is what our work has been. And so that has been the work that we've done. And we have, I know we've gotten excited about this work. We still have a long way to go. I tell folks, it's we're going into another year of consistency for teachers, and so they'll get better over time. And we expect these scores to go up, and we will be bringing back each of these groups to show the actual data for performance. Right now, kids just took the diagnostic, which is the baseline, so we can see how they did over the summer. As this board approved us to do summer programming, we had those kids who do that, but we also had kids who did not attend, so we're trying to make sure that we do that, and also work with those who, we also had kids who have not come to school, so we're working with them to try to make sure they are also connecting. And last I would say is we're also allowing data shared agreements around kids' performance data with our after-school partners. So they actually have these same data sets. So when they're providing tutoring and those type of support, they too can do that. I appreciate the Baton Rouge Area Youth Network, the BRAIN, which has almost 90 partners that are partnering in different parts of schools. So it's a full wraparound approach on doing this. It's just not only on the teachers.
No, I appreciate that. I used to work for City of Baton Rouge, and so we use the data share agreement to look at students like actual data. So when we had them after school or in outside programming to help them move, so that really helps. So I would also just love to see comparative the next time you guys present like an actual action plan versus like how do they increase usage, how do they do whatever, and what were the outcomes of that, so we can think about, I think from an academic standpoint, sometimes we have a lot of missed opportunities. We have things that are working, but we're not being really intentional about how we're like plugging them in on an everyday basis. So just thank you guys for that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Do you have anybody else you'd like to call on?
Nope, that is my report, and thank you, President Tapman.
No, is that your report?
Yes,
yeah,
President
thank you all for being
here. Thank you so much.
And thank you for our partners at DOE. Thank you all for being here this evening.
And if we could just give our teachers a hand for doing this work, they're the ones that really made this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Narcisse. We move now to item E1, public notice, intent to call an election. Notice is hereby given that at its meeting to be held on Thursday, October 20th, 2022 at 5 p.m. at its regular meeting place, the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board Office, 1050 South Foster Drive, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Parish School Board of the Parish of East Baton Rouge, State of Louisiana, plans to consider adopting a resolution ordering and calling an election to be held in Consolidated School District Number 1 of the Parish of East Baton Rouge, State of Louisiana, to authorize the renewal of ad valorem taxes therein. Do I have a motion? Oh, you don't need one? That's, well, all right. Well, no motions. How about that? Okay. So we move now to item F1, reports from board appointees, committee, agencies. Any, Mr. Goday?
Yes, thank you, President Tapman. I would just like to announce that the Volunteers in Public Schools has a wonderful way for everyone in the parish to participate in this effort. They will be partnering with Chick-fil-A for VIPS Spirit Day. So on Thursday, September 29th, this coming September 29th, between noon and 10 p.m., everything you buy at the Chick-fil-A at Burbanks and Ben-Hur Drive, 20% of the sale will be contributed to our VIPS program. Everyone out there, I know everyone loves Chick-fil-A, so if you want to go by Ben-Hur and Burbank on September 29th and buy Chick-fil-A for you and your family, 20% of that tab will go to VIPS. So your contributions would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. And if you thought Chick-fil-A was crowded before, wait till now. Huh? Thank you. I appreciate that. Go out and support VIPS, please. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, President Tubman. So I am the advisory board member for iCare, and so we have 3 programmatic things that are coming up over the next couple of weeks. So first is tomorrow, September the 16th, from 10 to 2 at the State Farm on 7035 Jefferson Highway. There is a car seat safety check. So if you need to get car seats inspected for for students who are riding in car seats who need to get them professionally installed, that'll be happening tomorrow at September 16th, 10 to 2. All of these graphics will be available to the comms folks, so you can see it on our website. The second piece is a bike to school day. So Wednesday, October the 5th at 7:30 a.m. at Webb Park, there will be an actual bike ride from biking from the park to schools. And then the last but not least is on October the 29th from 2 to 5 at the U City Lab on Government, 4385 Government Street is where we're hosting our annual Trunk or Treat. So all of this information will be available to you on the EBR social media handles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, sir. Thank you, President Tadman. I just wanted to shout out our foundation system, the STAR Foundation for our system. They're doing some amazing work right now. Right now, it currently stands. We went through the strategic plan. I think they got a chance to show it to everyone. We met at the main library, and we just dove into several different avenues of how we can not only create more energy around our community to get more people involved in donating and giving back to our school system, but also about how do we build more synergy around our community, working with our businesses, local partners, and organizations. So I just want to shout out the team. They're doing some phenomenal work, and I want to see them to continue to move the needle. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis, and thank you for including us in on those small group meetings to learn what's going on with the foundation. We move now to item G1, resolutions. Ms. Ware-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Tatman. And I will read the resolution on behalf of the board. Resolution endorsing September 2022 as Attendance Awareness Month. Whereas the East Baton Rouge Parish School System is focused on student attendance and engagement and is committed to ensuring all students have an equitable opportunity to learn, grow, and thrive. And whereas good school attendance is essential to student achievement and graduation. Whereas students are more likely to attend when these 4 conditions for learning are present: physical and emotional health and safety, a sense of belonging, connection, and support, academic challenge and engagement, and adults and peers with social, emotional competency. And whereas partnering with students, families, schools, and communities will enable stronger supports to engage students in learning, whether in person or remote. And whereas understanding and addressing barriers to attendance requires building and sustaining caring relationships and regular communications in the home language spoken by students and families. And whereas chronic absenteeism, defined as a student missing 10% of the school year, is one of the strongest indicators of future dropouts and more likely to need additional supports and resources. And whereas using attendance data can quickly alert families, schools, and community partners of high levels of absenteeism and missed opportunities to learn so early interventions can be identified. And whereas students are more likely to attend school when positive conditions for learning are in place, and whereas schools are places where students build routines and develop trusting relationships with peers, teachers, and school staff. And whereas improving attendance requires identifying and addressing factors that contribute to students missing school, including lack of digital access and connectivity, mental and physical health services, and access to basic economic supports such as food and housing. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board hereby declares the month of September 2022 as Attendance Awareness Month and supports activities to increase awareness of the importance of daily attendance. Signed this day of September 2022 by our President and Superintendent. And I so move for adoption.
Moved by Ms. Ware Jackson. Mr. Lannis, did you want to second that? Is that what that's for? Yeah, okay. And you're on the board. Accidentally?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. Okay. Let's see, Ms. Ware Jackson, are you up again, or did you?
Yeah, just a question.
Yes, ma'am.
This is a wonderful resolution, and I'm wondering what's the purpose? What do we intend to be the outcome?
I think for that question, Board Member Jackson, I even see in the back, we have Judge Grover is also here with us. We're so excited about the partnership. As you know, students, we cannot do well if students are not attending school. We've had challenges, especially in the upper grades, for students' attendance in particular schools, and we've been working hard, many of our departments, to partner together, not only on the school system side, but all governmental agencies coordinating together to go out to schools, go out to homes to be able to get children to come back to schools, and also peel through the challenges of all the social elements in the communities that are happening. And so just as we were at Metro Council yesterday with the proclamation, our goal has been to work and coordinate amongst multiple agencies to go out to be able to go out into schools from our offices with CWA and other partners, that we bring children back into the school.
You're good, Ms. Ware Jackson?
Yeah, I guess so is the district doing anything in specifically within the district to help with attendance other than outreach to?
Yeah, we have our CWA offices where we have various officers going out into schools and visiting to be able to bring parents back. We've also are working with school leaders around their lists for students that are not there. So so counselors can be able to help support to bring kids back. As many of you know, we've made tremendous changes in our staffing approach. We now have one counselor to every 300 students. So we can be able to group there. We used to be 1 to 600 students in the school system. So we've been making shifts like that. And last is, making sure that we're providing support mechanism systems, whether it's to our counselors, social workers, and also governmental agencies to help us, whether it's with eye care, to help us kind of problem solve, to see where children are, and not only locate them, but also find out, what are different ways to incentivize them to come back. And so there's a combination of things that we've been working on doing together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great. A lot of outreach to parents and outside groups. And I want to thank Mr. Gode for, he made a wonderful outreach to parents last night at McKinley when we attended the open house and talked about attendance and encouraging parents to make sure that their kids are in the school. So that was a really nice touch.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. The board is clear. Are there any comments from the audience on the resolution? I have no cards. Coming back to the board, Mr. Gode.
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson, for the kind comments. Superintendent Narcisse, I would like
since student attendance to me is such a big issue, if I could be king for a day and solve two issues, it would be literacy and attendance. And student attendance is a key metric on our scorecard. I would ask that that perhaps at least quarterly, if not monthly, in your superintendent's report, that you give us an update and particularly provide by schools. So if we see issues occurring at individual schools, that those can be highlighted and addressed. So I think we just need to keep this on the forefront, because through all the virtual learning, not attending school got to be a norm. And we have to change that back, because we have wonderful staff, we have wonderful teachers who are trying to do wonderful things, we have wonderful programs, but if the kids aren't in the seats, they don't get advantage of that. And so I want us to elevate our awareness of that. And if you start including that in your superintendent's report, it would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Gode. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Tapman. I was, in looking at this resolution, there are wonderful things in here, around the partnership with students, families, schools, and communities. And I think that, we talked last time at the Committee of the Whole, we had a presentation around the community schools model. And I believe adopting that model, especially in our elementary schools, would really help bring those pieces together. And around there's a piece in here around social emotional competency. And, as we look at reaching out to parents and asking them what they can do, I'm hoping that the district will look at some of the things that we can do that will help us get our kids where we need them to be. And I'm wondering if we ask kids why they're not attending, if we could provide some of the things that would actually support kids in attendance, and ask the question to kids why they're not coming to school every day. Could it be that they don't like school? Could it be part of the reason because of that they're burnt out? Could we consider their body clocks? Because we know research tells us that they're not wired for 7 o'clock start in schools, yet we tend to ignore that. So why do we do those things when research tells us that really no human being is effective in an 8-hour workday without any breaks, but we ignore that as well. Those are some things that the district can look at changing. But without commitment by the board and the administration to provide some of the things that we've documented in this resolution that we know would help, we're just doing lip service with a resolution. So I'm hoping that that we will put a little more action on our end, and I appreciate all of the different community partners that will help us in school attendance. All of the outside partners, but we do have the power right here to make the school day better by resolving to take some really common sense measures in how we treat our students. Because if we treat them more like human beings with basic needs instead of robots that we program to start at 5 o'clock in the morning and go through the whole day in perfection without a break or being able to talk to anybody, it's kind of a moot point. So I encourage the board leadership and the superintendent, before you sign the resolution, to commit to doing some of the things that we can do, or at least move in that direction, so that our kids will really enjoy being at school and not be fighting against their own body clocks, and look at the those physical aspects that may be hindering some of this, because putting all of it on the parents, or most of it on the parents, is is really hard, you know, to drag a kid out of bed at 5 o'clock in the morning and expect them to do their best all day without having a break is really, really tough. So please, I implore of you, before you sign the resolution, commit to doing the small things that we can do as a district to help these kids attend school every day and actually enjoy it.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
The item is approved. The resolution is approved. We move now to unfinished business. Consideration of request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Arbinger Institute in the amount of $452,366 to facilitate workshops for progress monitoring of the strategic plan and professional development for school leaders, strategic alignment, student achievement, exemplary customer service, operational excellence, and employee development. Funding source ESSER 2, Action 2, and ESSER 3, Action 2. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Ballou, seconded by Mr. Lannis. I don't see any questions or comments from the board. We'll go to the audience. Is that on this one? Yeah. Sorry, in a moment. That's the only one. Okay. Dr. James Finney.
Thank you. I'm not persuaded that you got any value from whatever the foundation or other unknown sources spent on Arbinger a year or two ago, and I certainly don't think that's the best use for ESSER money. There must be something you could make better use of that $500,000 to do, rather than hiring these consultants at $5,000 an hour or whatever the rate is. Yes, $5,000 an hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. I don't see any other cards. We come back to the board. Vice President Collins.
In the backup materials from okay. And I don't feel confident in the details of this as a small example. And so I'll be voting no. I want people to know why I'm voting no. I'm not trying to make a big splash, but people want to know why I vote the way I vote. So I'm going to explain real briefly and then vote accordingly. So for example, the Living with an Outward Mindset, which is a book actually that board members used during the retreats that we did do, facilitated by Arbinger. That's a line item of $87,000. The price of the book is listed as $145. Who am I to value a book? I do think that's a bit steep. And to say it's going to 600 parents, like where did that number even come from when you're talking about more than 600 students to be impacted but based on the number of students at each school. So as a small example, that's why I will be voting no on this. It's a huge contract, and so I don't want people to think I'm just voting against teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, President Tapman. I just wanted to ask a question of the superintendent. So we went through the Arbinger training as a board, and I thought it was beneficial and helpful to just the way we think about and approach the work and the mindset shifts and all the things that it takes to do really tough work in like side of urban school districts. My question is like, there has been a lot of conversations about the amount of money that it's going to take to elevate this and spread it throughout the district. Could you just provide us with some insight as to like the outcomes that you hope to have, the impact that you hope to have, and how do you believe that this is the best action to get us where we need to be?
Thank you, Board Member Howard. One of the things that are important to us is we cannot do performance if we don't improve our culture. We've been a district that have talked about we want kids to read better. We want schools to be people to engage in a very positive way. That does not happen by happenstance. And similar to how the board was able to work through that process to create a strategic plan with KPIs, it is the same concept we'd like to bring down into schools as we shared with everyone to be able to create that culture. Not all culture in our schools are always in a positive way. And a part that we want to do is to help support school leaders, teachers, and others to know if they work together in particular ways, then that performance can happen at a much higher level. And that goes for any school that's there, even when you engage with school leaders in that way. So our goal has been to push the same concepts around how we are working to create culture for performance. We did at the board level down into schools. This model is to pilot in particular schools this culture and then to spread it across the district so we can have a higher performing culture in that way. And so that has been what our goal has been. There's no, if you look at any organization or a company, culture is something that is important to work on for improvement, especially when you have diverse groups of folks coming together around a common cause. And so that has been the strategy of this work. The reason Arbinger has been working, we're not the first school district. They have worked with this concept. They've worked with other districts even larger than us with the same population to achieve those goals. And I believe that as we get our culture better and we are able to support what happens and how people work together in the classroom, as well as how leaders work with teachers and those things, that will translate into performance.
Thank you. So I'm optimistic about what this could bring. I guess my final question to you or other members of your staff and your team is, how do we implement this contract and the pilot lasts for a year or whatever the timeline. How do we look back at this contract and say, this is the impact that we look to have throughout our culture and our schools? And if we, how do we course correct if it's not, as it relates to providing this contract?
So one of the things that we are in conversations with the Arbinger Group is that we'd like to have this be a turnkey with having facilitators at schools that can help continue to work with schools. Even as you look at, we have coaches that work with teachers. We have folks that are in schools that can learn about this facilitation so we can create better opportunities for schools to continue their performance around culture. When you look at our current schools, schools look at content of what teachers are teaching. They look at how kids are doing, but one thing that we don't always do very well is we don't work on culture. And as you know, some of our school culture is varied across school systems. When you look at some of our few schools that are higher performing, their culture is a little bit better than others. But we think that this is the approach to be able to do that. And Arbinger's had that track record. So that's why I wanted to improve.
All right. Thank you. That's my time.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Ms. Ware-Jackson.
Thank you. We're talking about almost $500,000 to provide some workshops and and we're looking at whether, I can't support this just based on the price tag of it, and looking at the work that we did with the workshops that we did as a board. I don't know what that cost was. I don't think it was more than 100,000, might have been 80 something. I don't quite recall. And we did a series of workshops that around the book that was supposed to basically impart in us the importance of being outward rather than inward. And then, as a board, we would start here at the top and move that whole line of thought throughout the district. I don't think it's worked at the board level, just based on some of the actions that we've done, like while we were in the training, which I don't think we ever got to the end of it. We were interrupted with a lot of things that kind of took priority over finishing up the workshops. We all read the book, but we were moving towards the end of it, the end of the workshop series. But we went through all of the exercises in the differences between inward and outward thinking. And because of I guess it's the outward thinking, we're in litigation over outward thinking. This board made decisions based on what they thought was best for them or best for the group of them, instead of what was the right thing to do, sat silently and did the wrong thing. So we definitely didn't practice what we preached, and I see it happening again and again. I cannot justify spending almost $500,000 to do workshops. And really I know that the responsibility of the strategic plan is with the superintendent and staff, and of course we have a part in that as well. But $500,000 nearly of ESSER funds, which I'm not sure this even tracks with what ESSER funds is supposed to work with. But I cannot, from the experience that we've had. Now, the book is great, and I believe that Arbinger did a wonderful job with the workshops, and they would probably do a good job in workshops through the district in those few schools that $500,000 is earmarked for. But I think that without going back to the table and renegotiating different terms, I would not be able to. I certainly can't justify almost $500,000 to do this. I think it's overpriced, and there's no way that I would spend $150 nearly for a book. So I would ask you to reconsider the terms at least, because I believe it's extremely overpriced. And although the value that you're looking for is good value, I really question I question passing this at such a high price, and looking at what the board has experienced, I certainly can't justify voting yes for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ware-Jackson. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, President Tadman. And I appreciate all of the comments from my board colleague, but I will say that my experience was totally the opposite for Arbinger. What I can tell you is this: do we always vote the same? No, we don't. Do I agree with some of the votes that some of my board colleagues have? No. And I'm pretty sure they don't agree with all of the votes that I make also. But I will tell you this: since going through Arbinger's Institute, the relationship and synergy on the board has changed. I can honestly say that, in terms of communication amongst each other, reaching out to each other, discussing different policies. Now, the personal, interpersonal stuff, that's totally different. But in terms of energy on the board, I think there has been a total shift from where we were. And I'll also couple that by saying, prior to us working with Arbinger, we didn't have a strategic plan. We hadn't had a strategic plan since 2012. And they were able to bring us together, convene a meeting, several meetings with the community involved. It was fully transparent. And we walked away not only with a strategic plan, but also with a facilities plan. They gave us something to work with. So while I do understand the price tag, I will say that I definitely think that there is a culture shift that we need across our district because a lot of people are worn out. A lot of people do need motivation, intrinsically and extrinsically. And I think that this is something that could possibly move us in the right direction. I will say that I would like to see some tracking measures and monitors to ensure that we are comparing it to something that we've either done in the past or we didn't do in the past, so we can make possible pivots if that's needed. But again, I will honestly say my experience with Arbinger, it was good. And I think that they are a good company and they have brought something to the board that we haven't seen before. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Mr. Goday.
Yes, thank you, President Tapman. The other comment I'd like to make, we've heard constantly about teacher retention and that sort of thing. And, we've addressed part of that by committing or granting bonuses and then committing for salary increases. But everything I read say that much of the issue with teacher retention comes around the culture and the atmosphere at schools and things like that. And I think this is exactly the kind of program that helps address those kinds of issues and it lets people work together better. And changing the culture is something you don't do overnight. It takes time, it takes a plan, it takes work by a lot of people to make it happen. But I believe this is also addressing some of the issues we have with our faculty and staff around the fulfillment they get out of their jobs and how they feel about their jobs. Because I think if we're successful in doing some of these things, we'll have a much different change in attitude and culture. So I fully support this expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Item is approved. We move now to H2, consideration of a request for the approval of professional services contracts between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the following. A, Let's Serve LLC in the amount of $95,000 to provide an online platform for community service, funding source ESSA 3 incentive. B, Empower Schools in the amount of $75,000 to provide support and resources for innovative plan, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source ESSA 3 incentive, Baton Rouge Center for Visual and Performing Arts. C, Empower Schools in the amount of $75,000 to provide support and resource for innovative plan, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source ESSA 3 incentive, Baton Rouge Foreign Language Academic Immersion Magnet. D, Empower Schools in the amount of $75,000 to provide support and resources for innovative plan, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source ESSA 3 incentive, Helix. E, Empower Schools in the amount of $75,000 to provide support and resources for innovative plan, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source ESSA 3 incentive, capital high. F, all here in the amount of $99,268.78 to provide family support platform, strategic alignment, student achievement, exemplary customer service, and operational excellence, funding source ESSA 3 Action 2. G, American Reading Company in the amount of $56,000 to provide guidebooks for professional development, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source redesign. H, Norvis Insight in the amount of $25,175 to provide a centralized on-demand application management system, strategic alignment, exemplary customer service, funding source, MSAP grant, and magnet. Do I have a motion? Moved by Ms. Bernard, seconded by Ms. Dyson. See no comments from the board at the moment, but I do have a card from Dr. James Finney.
Thank you. I'm puzzled and bothered by the fact that all these expenditures are lumped together. Remember, there's going to come a time, not very long in the future, when the superintendent has left for greener pastures and you won't have any ESSER money left. And when somebody asks, where did all that money you go? You won't be able to answer. But since my time is short, let me talk about the Empower schools. There was an interesting presentation that needs to be on board docs, by the way, in the superintendent report, that indicated that you have a grant from the state of Louisiana to expand middle schools, which is something you haven't decided as a board to do. But what really puzzles me about the 4 Empower items on this agenda item is that you supposedly got a grant to do some planning, and you spent that money, and now some of the deliverables on this new spending of money that comes from a different pot, ESSER again, are the same ones that supposedly you already paid a total of $75,000 for. And I frankly have no idea at all, and with the limited time I spend in trying to figure out exactly what you're doing as a board and what the administration is doing, I have no idea why you're going to spend $75,000 of ESSER money that could pay one person for a year, and instead you're helping Helix do something. You're going to spend $75,000 for Capitol High? What, for a focused choice program that the board hasn't even given any approval to? The other items, other than the Empower, are questionable enough, but you need to quit just letting the superintendent spend money on whatever he wants to spend money on. You, as board members, have a fiduciary responsibility. Please exercise that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. I don't see any other cards on the item. We're back to the board. Mr. Howard.
Yeah, so just a couple of things. So on some of these contracts, I think we asked for some time ago for us to just really give like a forecast of like what we were doing and how we were spending ESSER funding as it relates to all of the different things we were spending money on. As I look through some of these memos and I read through like the goals of what the particular contract is doing, it's very bland in an explanation as to like the goal. And so I think one of the things that we had requested as a board is like, if we're going to effectively monitor these contracts to make sure that they are doing what they say they're doing, like we have to be clear on what these goals are. And so, for example, in one of the memos, the goal of the contract is literally, the goal is to provide support and resources needed to launch and sustain innovative and transformative plans. Like, what does that even mean? It says to positively impact students. Like, there was no way for me as a board member to go back and say that whatever was implemented was actually something that positively impacted students without true metrics of what that looks like. And so I would advise the administration, as you guys think about like these goals and like the way you develop them, like to really be intentional about how you develop these goals, because for boards to come and for us and the time that we have remaining on the board, there is no way to really measure the impact of this. And so I don't often agree with Mr. Finney, Dr. Finney, but he's right in the saying that like, if we're going to truly be 5 years from now be able to say that we've used this money in a way that was impactful to students, we have to be clear internally about what we're trying to do. And if 2 + 2 is going to always equal 4, but we have a problem set that says 2 + 2 = 5, then somewhere down the line we're missing the mark. And so is the things that we're really driving towards problems actually creating solutions that we can say positively to the point of this goal impacted students? And so like just making sure that as we develop these going forward, like that's actually something that we do. And then the second thing that I would say is that he's also completely correct in saying for this particular ESSER 3 incentive about Capitol High School, today we're voting on if we as a board will receive Capitol High School back, but yet we already have an ESSER 3 agenda item that's incentivizing something specific to Capitol High School. That makes no sense. And so we, again, like we talk a lot about like, you know, vision and mindset shifts, but like some of these things are just gross errors in communication. And so we have to be clear as a collective administration, as a board, on how we're communicating the things that we do, because it doesn't pass the smell test. And so I'm never going to get up here and accuse anyone of doing anything irrational or illegal like some people would do, but it does not make sense. And so as a collective amount of respect amongst ourselves working together, like you got to clean that kind of stuff up. You can't have those kind of errors, because it just looks like as a district that we're not being responsible in our actions. And I don't think that anyone is just intentionally being irresponsible, but this is an irresponsible way of communicating things and plans to the people as we look to change and positively impact students. So just wanted to lift that up.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I feel the same exact sentiments, and I must say so myself. Me and Dr. Feeney, we may not agree on a whole lot of things, but I can honestly say I do agree that in this instance, this Capitol High piece should not have come before a vote. A vote should have not come before us for a program without us actually voting on to get the school back. I just think that some things should be a point of order. And this is certainly one of them. I do also agree. I don't think that anybody's doing anything under the door. I mean, sorry, behind closed doors that makes it seem like some underhanded situation is taking place. But this is something that's easily avoidable. And given that we are on track, we're doing such great things right now. These are the types of mishaps that can bring us right back to where we started off at. So I just say, let's be smart stewards. Let's be good stewards. And even with the contracts, again, let's clean up that type of information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Mr. Goday.
Yes, thank you, President Tapman. I'm confused, and if Ms. Smith could come to the mic, please, ma'am. I'm confused about something because I have a different understanding from what my colleagues have.
Yes.
My understanding is that, let's take Capitol High, for instance, that application was done by the current Capitol High School, and we are only a conduit from the LDOE to that grant as requested by the existing Capitol High. We had nothing to do with making that grant or anything to do with setting that up in action or doing anything. And the same thing applies to Helix, that Helix made the application for that, and we are simply a conduit. So the fact that it's here as Capitol High, it's here as Capitol High exists today, and we got nothing to do with it except pass the check we get from LDOE to the Capitol High entity. Is that correct?
That's correct. It is on the agenda. Thank you, Mr. Goday, and thank you, Mr. Howard and Mr. Lannis, for raising your concerns. It's on the agenda because this was money that was already approved and granted to us based on the previous operators of application for the grant that was approved by the state. However, you're correct. We are looking to bring capital back. And if we want to maintain those funds, we would have to reapply for that portion of the grant so the money could be actually filtered to us for operation of that program there, based on whatever our programmatic, innovative standards or strategies will be as we propose to the state.
So I just want everyone there saying we're not putting the cart before the horse. It's a different horse and a different cart.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I know it's confusing, and it's very easily to get confused in all of this, but I just wanted to make sure everyone understood what was going on here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. Vice President Collins.
I appreciate the clarification because that did come up last time about Helix and Capital. But I think that the overall point that was made by my colleagues are valid, and in particular as it relates to capital. And as you'll see when I vote, I am for the return of capital. But we have consistently, wrong word choice, we have regularly put the cart before the horse on a lot of projects that we have been working on. And in particular, as it relates to capital, the whole return has become a complicated matter because of how different steps have taken place beyond this grant along the way. So I just wanted to lift up that I agree that my colleagues' concerns about how we move forward and how we can be more strategic in moving forward is exceptionally valid, and has come up, and we have expressed those concerns several times. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Ms. Ware-Jackson.
Thank you. I agree with my colleagues around communication problems and miscommunications and no communications on some matters, and the concept of the cart before the horse. That happens pretty often. But there's also, fact of the matter is, around some of the things that we're moving forward with this grant, the board has not voted on. We took the time to consider I think it was Kenilworth and their configuration, but the board hasn't addressed changes with either BRCVPA or with Flame. And although this is great, this is a wonderful opportunity, but it seems like we could do that. If we agree to do that, then we should have some kind of board vote. It seems just a little bit out of order. So it's very uncomfortable and difficult to vote for things in a package like this, where some things seem to be out of order. And if we keep doing this, it's going to be habitual. And, we've done it a number of times, and I just can't keep doing this. And if I vote no on this, you're accused of holding up progress or something, But, if we could just put things in the right order, it would be a lot more acceptable and satisfying to the general public as well. So I appreciate the work. However, I would hope that you would be a little bit more conscientious about how these things are placed and the number of contracts you place in one package. You could jeopardize something in here by placing so many things in the same pot. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Ware-Jackson. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
The item is approved. We move now to item H3, consideration of a request to amend the school security resource officer hourly rate from $35 to $42 per hour. Strategic alignment, operational excellence, funding source, general fund. Do I have a motion moved by Ms. Dyson, seconded by Mr. Ballou? Mr. Shamlin.
I'll jump in for a second. I do want to make a recommendation to the motion maker. I think discussion at the last meeting was that the actual title is part-time deputy. not technically SRO. So the motion may need to read amend the salary of a part-time deputy as it appeared in our original budget. So if you're okay with a friendly amendment, just to make sure we're specific, that concern was raised at the COW. We just want to make sure we're very specific about what it is we're approving. Yes, so if you look, and we can ask Ms. Lopez to come up if she's available. But if you look at our original budget, the position is actually, I believe, part-time deputy. Is that correct? Okay. Well, I want to make sure because this question was raised at the COW, and that, in other words, we're listing as an SRO when it's actually a part-time deputy. And I don't know if I missed that, but I want to make sure that we get clarity around it before we make the motion.
Ms. Lopez, will you join us? Yeah, sure.
Is this a salary or is it
It's a rate.
contract rate?
It's a contract rate.
So the motion is a contract rate.
That's, I'm sorry. Yes, sir, that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Godet. Ms. Lopez?
Yes, they are part-time. It is not quite a contract. They are going to be part-time employees. And as you look in the back of your budget books in the salary schedule, there is an hourly rate for part-time sheriff's deputies, and that would be the rate that we're adjusting. They are not eligible for TRSL because they will not be working enough hours. They'll be limited the number of hours they can have for both TRSL and ACA. But they will obviously we will pay them from the payroll department. They will pay the hourly rate, with their normal deductions taken out.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. So to get the motion straight, Ms. Dyson, you were the maker of the motion?
Yes, but I need some clarity first. So I want to know the difference between the part-time and the full-time that we are engaging to be at every school, middle and high, full-time, the same person, every day, full-time hours. And what is this in comparison?
So as I understand it, with the contract that we are working with Baton Rouge Police Department and the Sheriff's Office, that is the goal that we are working on, is to get employees through contractually with both departments, and we would pay them $42 an hour or whatever the end contract is, and they would be 8 hours a day. But for right now, since we are working through those contract processes, I know Mr. Shamlin and Ms. Scott Spalding can speak to much more detail than I can on that. We are simply trying to increase the number of our part-time officers that are in the schools. And so what you are voting on is a change from $35 an hour to $42 an hour for a part-time sheriff's deputy or city PD.
Okay, so I understood that we're working through a contract as a stopgap measure until we can build our own and train, and they're trained and all of that. So is this part of the stopgap measure that we're utilizing currently, immediately, to then build our own capacity?
Board Member Dyson, yes. So this is a stopgap measure, but we want to make sure that we clarify, as we are in the process of negotiating a contract with Baton Rouge Police Department and the Sheriff's Office, what we're doing right now is to raise the hourly rate so we can be able to get, whether it's the police officer or the sheriff officer, to work hourly that time, and then we can place them at schools until we complete our contract negotiations with the sheriff office and the police department. This will actually help to actually attract either the BRPD or the sheriff's office at this time, just so we can start putting them at schools, and then we can pay them 8 hours at that school, which would cover them for that day until we complete the negotiation of the actual contract. Is that correct, Mr. Shannon?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So I know that how busy we all are, but I know we met with, y'all had the meeting to discuss those contracts and explain what we needed as far as the accountability measures and those things that we were putting in place. And that's been a few weeks back. And I'm wondering, can we get some specifics on when we are getting that agreement to push on through?
So I'm going to go ahead and, because what we are on is an item that has specifically to do with, that's a separate item. I was in that meeting. We can have a conversation and a present. They couldn't provide those officers today if we tried. It's not just an issue of not negotiating a contract. It's about the availability. So what I need to know from you, because we do have a motion and a second on the floor, is do you want to amend the motion as suggested by council, or do you want to stick with your original motion?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I just hope we can work on this.
Yes, I think we can, and I think they're working diligently, but we have some real challenges in law enforcement right now. Mr. Ballou, are you okay with that amended motion? Yes. Okay, thank you. Let's see, Mr. Howard.
Thank you, President Tamman. So I have two questions related to this this particular ask. My first question is, can someone give voice to the need of the increase from $35 to 42 hours? And then the second piece, it says in the key performance indicator, and the commitment is that we will enhance security services to improve school climate and cultural surveys and reduce incidents in schools by 20%. How are we currently tracking that? And like, how do we believe that this particular operation will enhance school culture and reduce these particular incidents? So if anybody could just give a little voice to that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
If we can get our Chief Operation Officer, Ms. Scott Spalding, could you please come up to answer that question?
So I don't know that I heard the full question, but as I understand it, it's related to the SROs and understanding how they can enhance the culture of the school. Is that correct?
So I'll break it down into two.
Okay.
So the first thing I would like for you to give voice to, or someone to give voice to, is where do we identify the need to increase the hourly rate from $35 to $42 an hour? And then I'll ask my second question.
So we had a conversation with Sheriff Sid Gotro and Chief Murphy Paul, along with Superintendent Arcese and Mr. Shamlin. And there was a discussion about the need to be able to increase the amount to be able to secure more officers. There are a set of officers that have agreed to work for the 35, but there are more officers that will come to the table to support our schools with a higher cost. Now, when officers work in the community, they make $55 to $60 an hour on detail. That cover broader areas, but it's much less intensive in what they do. They're not working with kids. Oftentimes they're able to sit in their vehicles, right? And so it's a much easier task. We have shared that obviously the school system cannot afford to pay that amount. We discussed the amount of $50, and then we were able to negotiate it down to $42. And with that, the BRPD has, I think, 8 officers that are ready, that are in the queue and in the process to come on board. And the sheriff's office has a strong number as well. So obviously the increase in pay is when the officers came on board. They're literally waiting to see what the board does tonight to be able to determine if they're going to come and support the schools. We have school incident reports that happen daily, right? We have schools that are uncovered on a daily basis. We need officers to come in to support us, and the negotiated rate will accomplish that.
I understand that, and I don't want to take food off anyone's table, but this goes back to my previous point of this horse before the wagon and all of the things. Like, if we have a set rate at the moment right now of $35 an hour, that should be the negotiating tool until we as a board have approved a new rate. And so again, how we communicate these things and how we operate in these things, it matters. And it just continuously, to me, seems like a slap in the face because we have policy on board. So your budget to work right now should be $35 an hour. And you should be going to talk and have conversations, but to have a group of people already set to come at a new rate that we haven't even approved, it just looks bad. I'm not saying it's not, I'm not questioning you as an individual, but I'm saying that we just as a collective have to figure out a better way to communicate when you have to bring things for board approval. There is limits to how that operates, but I won't even go back down that rabbit hole. The second question I had is that the commitment of this particular increase in the strategic plan cornerstone is operational excellence. It's to enhance security services, to improve school climate and cultural surveys, and to reduce incidents in school by 20%. How are we currently even tracking incidents in schools, and how do we know that this particular method is an answer to do that?
So critical incident reports are how we track incidents in schools. The new measure with bringing the SROs on, having their job descriptions, having their standard operating procedures, their guidance to be able to monitor the schools, walk through Q2 hours, making sure they're checking on spaces and places, make sure they're checking on staff, making sure they're engaging with the students. All of that will be tracked by reduced incident reports and increase safety in the schools, and their presence will make our teachers and our staff feel more secure in the space.
Do we honestly believe that that's happening right now inside of schools?
Believe what is happening?
All the things you just said.
We are working toward that. Literally, our 2 directors of security today were in schools, walking through, making sure that SROs are performing as we expect.
Okay. So thank you, Ms. Malden. So again, when I think about the things that we've asked for in these contracts to give us more vision on how we're measuring our impact and effectiveness, like a blanket statement of reducing incidents by schools by 20%, it's just not the way to deliver it. Oh, I'm over my time. Sorry.
Yes,
Thank you.
I was trying to let you close your thought out. Thank you, board colleague. Board colleague Gode. All right, board colleague Evelyn Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I wanted to ask if the amended motion includes the BRPD, since we're using both of them.
We're wording, thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. We're wording it part-time deputy, which would allow us to include both departments. Thank you for that question.
Mm-hmm. And then another part of my question is around a timeline. Do we have a projected timeline when we'll be able to include all of the schools? Because I'm feeling like, I know that this is something that's been in conversations on and off, over time, but the conversation really increased after that horrific incident at an elementary school. And it was not a coincidence that right after that, this came before the board. But the elementary schools are not included. And, I had a conversation with a mom whose child is in the elementary schools. And, these children have roles when there is, they have drills, and when, like this little boy's, his job is to close the blinds, so the children are active in their responsibility during these, during the drills. And, this almost brought the mom to tears when her son said to her, "Mom, is it just us and the teachers?" Just very aware that it's just them and the teachers, and they don't have security like the others do. And in that school, they had a volunteer who was basically, taken off the job. But at any rate, I would like to know a timeline of when we expect, if we're going to increase this, if we're going to do this. And I have my reservations around doing this. Like I said before, I'm still hesitant around this because of historically, things have happened with particularly young men, young African-American men with the police. And I don't want to see our regular procedures around things that kids do. I don't want to see a kid end up with a police record for something that kids do. Historically, kids get into fights, right? But I don't want to see I don't want to see us go over the top. I know this is supposed to be to help bring security and make people feel better, and all of the other reasons that we're doing this. But Dr. Narcisse, you know what my concerns are. I've voiced them before. But yes, I would like to see a timeline on that, and I would also like to see when we're going to have just a security report around some of the things that we're doing now. You know, I know that, you know, some schools need fences and cameras, and, you know, I've heard of a measure where you can lock a door from the inside with your foot with a certain kind of product that we may be able to use. So I would like to see us have a report on some of the measures that we're taking, the practical things that we can do right now, in addition to, you know, having someone walk the schools, because you know, in that incident, the SRO took off, you know, and left those kids. So we're not guaranteed anything. So let's see what we can do to safeguard, you know. Okay? Thanks.
Thank you, board colleague Ware Jackson. This has been pretty convoluted from the beginning. First, we were saying, let's just get our own staff. We have been contracting with the sheriff and the BRPD for many years, but let's get our own staff. Okay, then what we were gonna do with that in and of itself got convoluted. Then we turn around and we saying contract staff, then we turn around and saying no part-time staff. And I just and to real quickly, as I continue, point out, I host events that require security, and I have personally paid $35 an hour. Now, that was about 3-4 years ago. It was the last time I did it, but it's not unheard of or what have you. School climate reduction to reduce the incident rates by 20%. As my colleague just mentioned, I already have mixed feelings with this, outside of it being handled in a very convoluted back and forth, up and down manner on how to even approach this. I didn't deal with what I have raised many times, several times prior to this moment over the years. It is proven by research that a law enforcement presence on campuses contributes significantly to the school to prison pipeline. And so then being knowledgeable of that, while still trying to, okay, children need to be protected and safe on campuses from outside forces. Okay, so then maybe, yes, let's have our resource officers for their safety from outside forces. But when you tie in this reduction of incidents by 20%, then you putting it right back into the greater concern of the impact to the school to prison pipeline, because you're tying measures, and yes, we do need to have measures, but these particular measures just so happen to correlate to how prison population rates are impacted. So it makes me even more uneasy about this whole matter. Now, the way some other places approach using school resource officers that happen to be law enforcement, they have a very thought out, strategic approach. For example, my understanding is in Rapides Parish, they have something in place, whereas, yes, it is a law enforcement officer. No, that's not the best choice, but they are very deliberate about mitigating those contributors to the school to prison pipeline. So my concern is that by putting that measure of reducing incidents by 20%, you tying the LEOs to the whole disciplinary function. And I've expressed before that on several occasions that when you do that, and it's not even about the law enforcement officer themselves, sometimes you might have an amazing law enforcement officer on the campus. Excuse me, I'm all tongue-tied. Sometimes you may have an amazing law enforcement officer on the campus, but if that principal happens to be weak in discipline, now, again, you contributing to this school or prison pipeline. Last thing I need to ask is, because of the back and forth, my question is this: does this motion change the rate from $35 an hour to $42 an hour for future employees working full-time as SROs? Or is this just to contract with Sheriff's Department and the Baton Rouge PD?
Board Member Collins, I'm sorry. It is just for part-time deputies hired through those two departments.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. And then as my colleague mentioned, I do have concern around, again, the way in which this happened, because it's like you holding our children's safety hostage, because you should have negotiated this before it came to us in the first place. Thank you. Seeing no other request to speak from the board, did we already go to the public? Okay. And this is item 3. Oh, H3. Sister Conda Corley.
My apologies. I was handing off the child, so I didn't bring him in here. But maybe I probably should have brought him in here. And I'm going to speak louder because I know I'm a little hoarse. As it relates to the school resource officers, my sentiments I echo are the same as Vice President Collins, Ms. Ware Jackson, Board Member Howard, Lannis. I think everybody should be afraid of this. If we had an incident in school right now, and you're subcontracting every single police entity, do y'all not think that a conflict of interest would arise as it relates to investigating? You know, if a parent decided to bring that to court, what is that gonna look like? Because if the SRO did something that hurt a child such as mine, you know who gets sued? EBR. I can speak about cases of children with disabilities where SROs in EBR school system actually took the children to juvenile detention, and they told them before they put them in handcuffs that they were going to learn today. What lesson were they trying to teach those Black and brown kids? I don't know, but it damn sure wasn't pretty. Because
Please
those
watch your language, Ms.
those kids were in orange jumpsuits and had shackles on their ankles and their wrists. Looked like something from Amistad, 12 Years a Slave, and the list can go on and on. School to prison pipeline is also another circumstance of slavery. We cannot act like that's not what it is. That's exactly what it is. And children like mine can't actually tell us exactly what happened. So then we have to rely on that officer or that weak principal or that weak teacher that don't know how to just simply say, hey, I need the supports. Because right now, my child don't have a special ed teacher or a regular ed teacher. So if the paraprofessional need the supports, are they supposed to call the SRO? I love our constables and I love our sheriffs. I am very leery of our city police department that have had letters written from many, many agencies around this country when they came here. We actually look on the news now and we can see they are always in a scandalous situation. So when I say we need to look at not having them in the classroom, absolutely. But maybe this is an opportunity for us to put cameras in every classroom and in every hallway so that we can actually protect ourselves as a body, protecting every student every day along with the staff. Thank you.
Mr. James Finney.
Oh, well, I'll slouch. I would encourage you, strongly encourage you to defer this item.
Pause this time. And thank you. We encourage parents to be involved in school board meetings, and some of that involves children actually being present. So go ahead with this time.
Thank you. I encourage you to defer this item because it's important that the administration say what they mean and mean what they say. I had the assumption until I got here and heard part of Mr. Shamlin's explanation, I would have heard more of it, except there isn't really enough seating in this boardroom for the audience to be comfortably spaced. But I assumed this was all about the terms under which he would be contracting with the outside agencies, only to find out tonight that it is about the hourly rate that this gentleman and the constable in the lobby and all their colleagues throughout the school district will be making. It would not be hard for the administration to have made that abundantly clear a week ago. You keep tolerating this level of obfuscation, incompetence, vagueness from your administration, and the community's sick of it, or at least some of us are. There's a term in here, school security resource officer. It doesn't say part-time in the agenda item. That is a problem. This looks like you're talking about an hourly rate for somebody that looks full-time from the way it's written. I have no idea what the hourly rate of a full-time school security resource officer, because it's probably not on the salary schedule. So this is a 20% raise. You know, good for them if they could get it. You're going to give 20% raises to the teachers? The only way a teacher gets a 20% raise is to quit teaching. And we don't want teachers to quit teaching. We have too many of that doing administration the way it is. Furthermore, is putting cops at high schools and middle schools about security and safety, or is it about control? When, if ever, will this administration be proposing ways to make these school facilities secure? Have you seen a proposal yet to put fences around schools that are too open? Have you seen an item to address the way people enter and exit? Controlling locks? Controlling classroom doors? No. Will you ever? Will you demand it? You're just going to keep letting this slide, approving every spending item that comes by, and then suddenly there's no money left? And by the way, are you going to do anything to address security in elementary schools, or is the only people in any danger of anything 6th grade and above? Ask the people of Uvalde. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. Reverend Flowers.
Good evening, everyone. I don't have a problem with the rate. Whatever the rate is what the rate is. My issue is these officers being on campus. My issue is, are they there for external threats? Because that is what this was about, my understanding from Uvalde. Now we're talking about them handling disciplinary problems to make the school safer when it comes to our kids. Kids are going to be kids. When I was in high school, I got suspended more than once for fighting. I got suspended and handled in other ways for fighting. Wasn't a bad kid, Dr. Landis. Kids kept messing with me, so I had to do what I had to do. But the police were not involved. I didn't get a criminal record. We shouldn't be sending these kids to Judge Grover's office or Judge Johnson's office. It should be handled on the school campus. Mrs. Ware and I have spoke about this. Make sure that it's about external threats, that they are not going to handle our kids who some kid refused to leave a classroom and the police are called, he's led out in handcuffs. Don't do that. And what I'm asking, I'm going to ask in writing, I'm going to send you guys an email to give it to me in writing, what the job description is, exactly what these guys are going to be doing, to make sure that it is in writing somewhere that they are not going to handle internal disciplinary problems, because they shouldn't be doing that. You guys said some time ago that you wouldn't have these marathon meetings, but it looks like you're about to have another one tonight. So let me slip in right now that I'm all for Capital High School returning to the system.
All right, we're going to have to move you along
President
now.
of the Alumni Association, Capital should be back. First conversation that I had with Dr. Narcisse was to bring Capital High School back to the association. Had this conversation with our board member, Howard. Bring Capital High School back to the East Baton Rouge Parish School System as a traditional high school. I got to go. You guys are going to be here all night. Bring Capital back to our system. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Ms. Farley Jackson. Ms. Fairley Jackson, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Fairley Jackson. I'd like to agree with Pastor Flowers. We hear a lot about school safety, but really the only public comments we've been awarded is around salaries for people and job descriptions. So I'll talk about a job description. Actually, Evelyn described my son's job description. My son's job description is to close the blinds during an active shooter experience. She's talking about my son. What we didn't talk about is on February 22nd, there was an actual active shooter issue at his school. So he hid under his desk. He put his hands over his lips. He looked at his colleagues, his classmates. He reached his hand out, knowing he couldn't move, and tried to hold their hand. He's in an elementary school. He's in what I call a breezeway school. Open access. We're talking all about salaries. We're talking about job descriptions, and we're not talking about who's vulnerable and how to actually secure our sites. Mr. Goday, you said the biggest threat is from outside, right? Well, there are statistics that say 21 to 22. Most school shootings happen at elementary schools. I don't want to see guys with guns on hips. I don't want to see this school to prison pipeline. I don't want that. But let's start with the basics. We're talking about salaries and hourly rates. Where are the fences? Where are the window wraps? Where are the very basic things that we know that ESSER 3 and even ESSER 2 would have funded? We knew this. The Uvalde shooter, do you know where he started? He shot in the windows. My son's job is to close the blinds. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge Johnson. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Pamela Taylor Johnson. I'm sorry. You see, I got ahead of myself there, Judge, but if you want to speak, we'll let you speak too. There's a lot of Judge Johnsons in the room.
Yeah, common name, you know. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Pamela Taylor Johnson. I'm a retired judge of the juvenile court here in East Baton Rouge Parish, and I stand before you today to speak on the issue, not for salaries, but my concern is just having additional officers inside the school. Now, I've seen this. I've seen it on lots of occasions. Resource officers inside the schools, and then kids end up in the juvenile court, probably inappropriately once I've looked at the whole situation. I am all in favor of having officers for external security, but to have kids in school with police officers with guns on hip, thinking about trauma that they have already engaged in the neighborhoods and coming to school and all that, and then you have an additional trauma, in the classrooms, and you're not going to have an officer because that's part of their responsibility. If there is some conduct that's inappropriate, that could be, we criminalize too much. We criminalize too many things. That kid's activity, it is a crime to hit someone without their permission. It's called a battery. But that's what kids do sometimes. So that would be a conduct that an officer may feel compelled to respond to, when it could very well be handled by an experienced educator who's saying, Johnny, keep your hands to yourself. Susie, don't do this. So when you put law enforcement who are trained to recognize violations of the law, then you can have some outcomes that we really don't want for our children. My whole thing is, let's start restoring our school systems to make them school systems. Let's keep them safe. You want to have officers all around for external forces? Fine. On those unusual cases where you may have to call law enforcement in, be able to do that. But it ought not be officer friendly, my resource officer. It should be an external source. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Judge Pamela Taylor Johnson. That's all the cards I have. From the audience, we come back to the board. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, I'll just be real quick. I think this comes back and it's almost like beating a dead horse. I'm agreeing with my board colleague, Mr. Howard. These are the types of things that we can easily avoid. A lot of the things we're talking about are easily avoidable. One of which, as you're going to hear over and over again, is the hourly schedule, how it should have came before the board. Another of which is the language of which how we're going to use our resource officers. Is there a need? Absolutely. And I think in order for people to understand why there is a need, I would, prop up our chief of security. Sometimes people need to hear the raw data. So whenever a child brings a gun to school, let the community know how many guns are being brought to school on a regular basis, so they understand the need of why some of these things like this has to happen. Now, I'm not saying that we push officers inside of classrooms. I'm not by any measure saying that, but I am saying that there has to be a presence there so that, one, safety is a top priority in this district. As it stands, it has not been for many years. If we did the risk assessment and he went around the schools, clearly there were several things that should have been fixed a long time ago, but they were not. There is a true need to increase safety presence at our schools. I do not want our communities to glance over that. It still bothers me to know that on a Sunday at a high school football game, 5 automatic guns were brought on that campus, and that was with officers on the campus. They didn't have enough to man that event, and because of it, several people could have lost their lives. I only said it to say that we have to caution ourselves to also put the kids first. We've lost too many already, and we're still losing them as we're discussing this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Tatman. You know, we've heard a lot this evening around the what the motive is, you know, and I can't help but just look at the backup, you know, and it doesn't really match if we're just talking about the dollar amount of what what we want to pay these officers, you know, and I can't help being like this. It needs to match. If we're looking to enhance security services to improve school climate and cultural surveys, and the key performance indicator is to reduce incidents in schools by 20%, you know, I have to agree that it doesn't quite match with what our original intention was, at least from what I recollect in our early conversations, was, you know, based around making sure that the perimeter was secure, people walking, making sure things were locked up, and that the campus was safe. It seems like we're getting cloudier and cloudier, and you know, it's difficult when your information that you're receiving isn't quite matching up with what the, you know, it causes a little confusion here, makes it hard to keep track of what the real intention is. And it, as you can tell, it brings up a lot of concern within the public as to what the intention is, whether it, when it doesn't match up with on paper around security. So this is difficult to just vote on the hourly rate, and we're not sure what that officer who will be paid at this hourly rate's duty really is. So I just want to make that clear to you if it's not evident from what people have said, you know. So I would just encourage you to just make it match, you know, so everybody really understands, because even through all of this time, you know, it seems to have caused more and more confusion as to what our real intention is. And, you know, it's like we need to go back and make sure that we're not intending to interrupt our usual procedure when it comes to discipline in our schools. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ware-Jackson. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
The item is approved. We now move to the consent agenda. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, President Tapman. Consent agenda. The following items are to be approved as part of the consent agenda and are considered to be routine and will be enacted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion of items unless a board member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered as an item on the regular agenda for a separate vote preceding the last item on the regular agenda. Consent agenda. Professional service contracts IDEA. Consideration of a request for the approval of the professional service agreements between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the following: Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University and Agriculture and Mechanical College on behalf of the Louisiana State University Health Science Center in the amount of $52,000 to provide professional development and specialized support services for autism services, strategic alignment, student achievement. The funding source is IDEA 611. B, Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University and Agriculture and Mechanical College on behalf of its Louisiana State University Health Science Center in the amount of $65,000 to provide high-quality professional development and specialized support for the exceptional student services, to employ instructional strategies to address the students with disabilities subgroup, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source IDEA 611. Professional service 3, professional service contracts general fund. Consideration of a request for the approval of the professional services contracts between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the following: Hanover Research in the amount of $125,000 to provide a strategy membership program evaluation and research services. The strategic alignment is employee development. The funding source is the general fund, proposition number 1. B, Corin Press in the amount of $22,000 to provide professional learning sessions. The strategic alignment is student achievement and employee development. The funding source is the general fund, gifted and talented. C, Louisiana Businesses Incorporated, DBA, the Leadership Academy in the amount of $147,680 to provide professional development. The strategic alignment is employee development. The funding source is the general fund. D, Junior Achievement in the amount of $57,200 to provide support services for students. The strategic alignment is student achievement. Funding source general fund. 4, Grant 21st Century, consideration of a request for the approval of the following LDOE 21st Century Community Learning Center Grant Award in the amount of $3,720,000. B, professional service contract with Simpson Educational Consulting, LLC in the amount of $132,000 to serve as the project director, ed liaison, the strategic alignment of student achievement. The funding source is the 21st Century Grant. 5, eliminated job descriptions. Consideration of a request for the approval to eliminate the obsolete job descriptions as referenced in the document. Eliminated job descriptions. Strategic alignment, operational excellence. 6, request for proposals, internet. Consideration of a request to authorize staff to issue a request for proposals, RFP, for the Internet and WAN circuit services. The strategic alignment is operational excellence. The funding source is the general fund and E-rate. 7, memorandum of understanding between Louisiana State University, College of Human Sciences and Education, School of Education. It is a consideration of a request for the approval of the following memorandums of understanding between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Louisiana State University, College of Human Sciences and Education, School of Education, to provide the following: mentor teachers and student teachers. 8, agricultural selection, Brownsville Elementary, consideration of a request for the approval of the Agricultural Selections Committee, recommendation of domains architecture, APAC, to provide architectural design consulting services for the Brownsville Elementary project, funding source tax plan. 9, request for the qualifications, Brownsville Elementary. Consideration of request for the authorization for staff to issue a request for qualifications to seek proposals to provide construction management at-risk services for the Brownsville Elementary Tax Plan project. The strategic alignment is operational excellence. The funding source is the tax plan. 10, bid Broadmoor Middle School site abatement. Consideration of request for the authorization to advertise, accept, and award the contract for abatement services to the lowest bid meeting the project specifications for Broadmoor Middle site renovations as per the A plan to improve facilities, technology, discipline, and compensation in the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. The plan, as revised through February 22nd, 2018. Bids can be rejected for the statute for just cause in accordance with the Louisiana Public Bid Law, Louisiana Revised Statute, Title 38, Chapter 10. This is the end of the consent agenda, and I so move.
We have a second, seconded by Ms. Bernard. Does any member wish to pull an item? Hearing none, we are now on the consent agenda, and the board is clear, so I need to pull all consent agenda cards. CI through 10. Okay. Karonda Corley.
Okay, so I didn't hear y'all pull any of them. So I'm going to speak about number 2, the IDEA contract that's supposed to be up under IDEA redesign, as we were informed last week, but it's still not reflecting that on board docs. But every child that needs medical should be afforded that. I don't have a problem with a contract for one child, but I do have a problem with an obligation that has yet to be fulfilled by providing all our children with medical at the school. Right now, Northeast Elementary has no medical. I send an email every single day, sometimes at 12 in the morning, sometimes at 3 in the morning. It's just whenever I'm up and I actually had an opportunity to send an email. So you'll be getting the one from me today, because we did a state-facilitated IEP, and we still don't have medical. We don't have teachers neither. It's rather unfortunate that I'm sitting in the parking lot of my child's school because I'm afraid that he may have a seizure at school, or that milk and soy may be splashed upon him, and we have to wait on 911 to come more than 2 hours to our school, as well as the medical staff to try to come from across the street, get buzzed into our building, get the keys from the secretary, then go unlock the clinic, then actually unlock the cabinet where the medication is kept. before they can actually get to my child and administer it. That's called death, especially if he's having a seizure. But if he's exposed to milk and soy, it's also called death because he have an anaphylaxis reaction. So what I'm asking is that we do like the superintendent stated before, provide medical at each school. If we can do a private contract for some students to have one-to-one, we can do a contract for other entities to provide medical care at our school. I'm not asking for 50 million nurses at Northeast Elementary. I'm asking for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, for the 180 days that our kids are there. For the memorandum of understanding, I'm asking that we consider the other universities here in our state too to fulfill this obligation, because there are a lot of universities here that are never getting the opportunity for their students that are trying to matriculate to get their BS degree to actually be exposed to great opportunities such as our students in our school system. So I just ask that we look at that. And last but definitely not least, the selection for the architects, making sure that we choose someone that is going to make sure that they build Brownsfield Elementary in American Disabilities Act compliance. Because as we know, most of those buildings have not been built like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corley. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. I'm speaking against two parts and actually in support of one. You're all sitting down, right? Item I3A, $125,000 to Hanover Research. There are many words in the backup and no information. I have no idea what in the world we're paying these people $125,000 to study. And that's a lot of money. That would pay 2 teachers and some benefits for a year. So if it's money well spent, great, but you can't tell it from the backup. $147,000 or so to the business report. This is a company that was founded by somebody who's made it his mission as a politician and supporter of politicians to destroy public education. Even though it's not his company anymore, it still has his imprint, and I don't think we should be sending public money to the business report. But I will enthusiastically encourage you to vote for the consent agenda based on item I5. The more of these extra job descriptions get eliminated, the better the chance is that I will finally get the complete list of the job descriptions that still exist. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. That's all the public comment cards I have for the consent agenda. So we're back to the board. Mr. Lannis.
Yeah, I'm going to go speak to one item on the consent agenda because I think it needs to be highlighted. Ms. Nicola, I know you weren't expecting it, but I always like to use these moments to bring light and give insight, because often, sort of last, I would say, solid year, this is before you got here, we continue to hear as a board that we're creating jobs, we're creating jobs, we're creating jobs, we're creating jobs, and that was the message. But now that we are eliminating job descriptions, something that happened or that was in existence prior to you coming here, we don't hear that same level of enthusiasm. That thank you. Thank you, Mr. Feeney, or Dr. Feeney, rather, I'm sorry, for shouting that out. But I just think that that needs to be encouraged, because I know how hard that job has been since you've been here and trying to correct a lot of the things that were previously existing before you got here. And I just want to say personally, as a board member, I appreciate you and your entire HR team for the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis, and thank you for those comments. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Consent agenda is approved. We move now to item J1, discussion consideration of the return of Capitol High School to the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board by the Recovery School District, subject to the stipulations and conditions as proposed by the Louisiana Department of Education. Do I have a motion moved by Mr. Howard, seconded by Mr. Lannis? And Mr. Lannis, you're on the board, or was that for a motion? On the board? Yeah.
This has been a long time coming, truly. Now we can finally have this conversation that we have been waiting to have for far too long, for years, since we lost Capitol High School, the second oldest African-American high school in Baton Rouge. Such a legacy. And I see so many lions in the house. In fact, the lion blood runs through me indirectly because my mother, my entire family on my mother's side are all lions. So this is just a really big moment. I want to say my hat goes off to the entire Capitol High School alumni, Councilman Cleve Dunn. I know you have been working tirelessly on the ground inside of those grueling meetings. I have been there with you at those Bessie meetings where we're constantly getting pushed down, further for 6 hours before we can actually go and talk and you show support. But I can specifically remember you bringing 5,000 signatures from people all across the community in the Eden Park area, Easytown area that are not only residents, but that gold and red truly runs through their veins, truly runs through their blood. And I just want to say to you all, thank you for not giving up on your fight. You could have given up a long time ago, but you didn't. And because you didn't, you now stand in this room tonight where we can finally make a vote to bring you back home. So I'll tell you from my end, welcome back.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lannis. And up next is Mr. Howard.
Yeah, I just want to plus one my colleagues' sentiments. When we campaigned, when we ran for election 4 years ago, this was at the topic of concern around like what do we think from about bringing capital back to EBR. And we were in a meeting in the Capital Alumni Association meeting, many of us who were running for election at the time, and that was the question, like, what do you feel about capital, and would you vote to bring it back to the district? And so tonight we have that opportunity. Tonight we have an opportunity to preserve the legacy of a historic institution in our community. And tonight, as a board, we have the opportunity to, again, put students first, because I have long argued that we should have been taking all of our schools back that were part of the Recovery School District. Many times when we had this conversation, it was about obsolete numbers of like, oh, if we take all of these schools back, our district performance score would go down and X, Y, and Z. But if we're in the business of doing what's best for kids, we should be able to be in the business of being intentional about how we provide resources to provide the best educational outcomes for those kids. And so tonight we have an opportunity to do all the things that we say we're going to do and put action behind our words. So early on, congratulations to the institution and congratulations to this historical legacy that's a part of our community.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Ms. Ware-Jackson.
All I can say, it's been a long time since the lions got to roar in this house, and I'm ready to hear it. Go Lions, huh?
I actually have a lion in my living room. You probably saw that picture, huh? So I am truly, how many of y'all have a lion in your living room? I'm a Lions fan. I'm a Lion fan. Let's see, the board, Ms. Vice President Collins.
I just also, too, wanted to express my sentiments and look forward to prayerfully, because the vote hadn't happened yet, but that this passes. I remember when Capitol High has gone through a lot of different changes over the years, and I look forward to EBR school system working for something on a higher level for the Lions. So thanks for coming out, and thanks for working on this.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. The board is clear for now. We go to the audience. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. The faster Capitol High School gets out of the RSD purgatory, the better. However, that does not mean that I am convinced that Dr. Narcisse is anywhere close to being able to make a case that Bessie will accept. The backup material looks identical to what was presented at the Bessie meeting several weeks later. There was way too much said at the Bessie meeting about this focused choice plan, whatever that is, which is a plan to turn over management of Capitol High School to a bunch of private, unelected people meeting in secret, as appears to be happening at Park and at Eva Lagarde. So be very clear on what you're voting on. If you're voting to ask Bessie to get their grubby paws off a local school, absolutely. If you're going to give this administration even an inch toward approval of yet another poorly conceived focused choice fallacy, you need to tell him no. Furthermore, be sure you ask the folks that are actively involved in the current management of Capitol High what their impression of the state of the facility is, because today was the first time that I had heard that they've invested $1.5 million and are about to invest more in improving the physical plant. And apparently it's not as bad as we've been led to believe. And whatever 20 or 30 million that somebody is allegedly willing to donate to drive a bulldozer through the school and build something wonderful, make sure you have your BS detectors going if he mentions that private contribution, because that sounds a lot like a lease buyback. So I hope the people behind me will be able to enthusiastically support the return of this, but make sure that you don't give this administration an inch and have him try to steal a mile. Get the school back and at least consider the possibility, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but consider the possibility of inviting the current operating board to submit a Type 1 charter. Because I don't think this administration has a clue how to organize a school that will even maintain the current student body, much less increase it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. Reverend Flowers. He left. All right, good. That helps us because that way, yeah, go Capital. All right. We got till 9 o'clock, so we don't want to hurt ourselves, right? Mr. Jack Harrell.
Hello, board. My name is Jack Harrell, and I'm a 1981 graduate of Capital Senior High School. I'm also a member of the Alumni Association, and I fully support the return of Capital High to the East Baton Rouge Parish system. It was February 21, 2008, when Bessie voted 11-0 to remove Capital from the East Baton Rouge Parish system. Since that time, we've basically been a guinea pig in the whole system. You know, we've had about 3 different charter operators, and nobody really got it right. You know, I applaud the group that's there now, the CEF. They've done a good job. As a matter of fact, there are some good aspects that they have that we can carry into this focus program. And as far as the focus group, unlike the previous speaker, I'm actually excited about it. You know, I think one of the things that Capital was missing over the last couple of years is that we never had any type of program to attract quality, other kids to the school. Well, I'm 100% in favor of it, and one of the things I like about it is the feeder program. I like the fact that we would be paired with Park Elementary, because I believe any high school is only as strong as its input. So if we can get the Park Elementary system right, we pair it with Capital and the surrounding schools like Capital Elementary and any other school, then everything would work out. So I'm 100% in favor of it, and I'm glad to be out. When I graduated, we were EBR, so I'm happy to be back after the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrell. Miss Valencia Johnson.
Good evening.
Good evening.
President Tatman, Vice President Collins, and the board, Dr. Narcisse. I am in full support of returning Capital High into back into East Baton Rouge Parish as one of our schools. And I would hope that the board uses that presentation that we had last week and incorporate that model of sustainable community schools within that school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Harris. I couldn't read your first name, so I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
A little bit of chicken scratch. Hey, good evening, everybody. Jason Harris, United Faith Leaders. I just want to say that we are, like everybody else here, most folks here, we're in support of Capital High being returned back to East Baton Rouge Parish Schools. That's it. We just support it.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Dr. LaFonda Hurd. There she is.
Glory to God. How y'all doing?
Hey, how are you?
I always start everything off with glory to God. I'm sorry, y'all. It's just the life of a preacher. Come on. My name is Dr. LaFonda Hurd. I'm the United Faith Leader and also the founder of On the Move for Christ Faith-Based Counseling. And I just stopped in here tonight to tell you that I am in favor of Capital High returning to the district. Let me tell you why I'm passionate about this. Because I too came from a high school that was taken away when I graduated. So I don't have a homecoming. When people get ready to go and they talking about homecoming, like homecoming get ready to come up for Bishop High School, if any of y'all know anything about North Louisiana, Bishop High School about to have homecoming, but Delta High School doesn't have one. So they're saying that Bishop High and Delta are gonna have a homecoming together. We were rival schools. How do we have a homecoming together? It doesn't work like that. So, of course, I'm not going home for homecoming. It's all good, though. I'm not going home for homecoming. But I think that if we brought Capital back, it would boost the morale. Because I know if they brought Delta back, oh, I'll be in Bishop and Rouge like, yeah, turn up. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. And I would go home more often because I do a lot in the community for Baton Rouge, but I don't do a lot in the community at home. That's because I also graduated from Southern University. So I do have a homecoming, just not a high school homecoming. So I just want to let y'all know I'm in favor. I think it'll bring the morale back. It'll join the communities back together. I think it'll bridge the gap that we have in our communities if we would just give them the opportunity to be able to come home to something. That's all I'm saying. God bless y'all.
Bless you, Dr. Hurd. Thank you. Is it Eileen Walker? Miss Walker? There you go.
That's me.
I'm struggling with my names today. I'm sorry. It's getting late.
That's quite all right. First, I want to say it's all about that red and gold, all right? Well, I am in support of bringing Capital back to the community. I am an alumni, 1978 Gold Capital. And I just thought it would be a good idea to bring it back for the neighborhood. And some people say, is any good thing come out of Capital High? Yeah. I came from there.
There you go.
A lot of
Amen.
preachers have come from there. We have councilwomen. It's just so much more. And I do believe it would be an asset to the community to bring Capital back, all right? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Walker.
God bless.
Appreciate you being here. Ms. Karonda Corley.
Okay, so I am all in approval for Capital High School returning back under EBR. What I am not in approval of is focused choice programs. So let me explain the reasoning. with focused choice programs, what happened if it don't work? I remember at Bessie, our superintendent stated.
Ms. Corley, we just on subject, all we're doing is voting to take it back in the stipulations. We would have to vote for that.
Wait, hold on. He took a couple of my seconds. But
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, this is just simply working with Bessie to try to get the school back.
That's right. And I want, Ms. April, you said let my time go.
It's okay.
Okay. I just wanted to make it be known, though, that I know that we told Bessie that it was going to be a focused choice program. And then last week, we also talked about a language immersion that was going to come to the school as well. And that's not reflected in this PowerPoint. In addition to that, at Bessie, it was stated by our superintendent that it was going to be a 2.8 GPA in order to get into focused choice programs, which is much higher than what we have for the students at Baton Rouge High or at Lehigh. So I just wanted to make sure that when we inform the public about it, that everybody can go back and look at that Bessie board meeting and see Dr. Kay Brumley, Bessie board members Ronnie Mars, as well as Dr. Belinda Davis, asked a lot of questions regarding what the impact was going to be regarding the neighborhood kids being able to be in the school if that GPA was 2.8. They also asked questions because the superintendent stated he wanted to give the school a new building, a new school building. They asked where we was on our tax plan. So I just want to make sure that when we say that we're bringing back Capital High, that we're not talking about all this other foolishness about focused choice programs. Don't make that a focused choice. Just make it programs that children can actually enroll in and not have to meet a certain GPA to get in. Because then it's exclusion. I'm talking about have stuff that's inclusive. So we talk about parent choice, make it parental choice, but let Capital High School return back to being the great mighty lions that it was, that allowed children to be able to go across the street to the Department of Labor to work. That's the kind of programs we want. So I'm all for Capital High returning, but I'm not for that focused choice stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corley. Mr. Jamie Robinson.
Hello, everyone. I stand today in support of Capital High School returning back home to the East Baton Rouge Parish school system. Capital High definitely has a rich history. For me, it's more than just seeing the doctors and lawyers and legislators and community leaders that came out of Capital High School, but myself being a graduate of Capital High School, my family, my grandmother, my father, my uncle, my grandfather, my cousins, seeing us all go through Capital High School, it's a legacy thing. We look forward to going to homecoming games. We look forward to celebrating at the end of the game, singing our alma mater. What this will do will offer a level of stability, which will bring us a level of comfort that we don't currently have. I can remember being a student of Capital High School, standing at this podium, well, the one before the renovation, begging the school system to do something to fix our school while we were still a charter, because it was still an EBR facility. And because of all the red tape, you guys were not able to do that. So I look forward to a future where we're able to see Capital High School back at home, right where it belongs, where we can continue to bleed our red and gold and have the facility that we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. I have a couple of cards that do not wish to speak, but I will read in Brenda Christopher. As a member of the class of '83, I'm in favor of bringing Capital High back to EBR. Dr. Nikki Dangerfield is here in support of returning Capital High. Alexis Cockerham supports the recommendation, does not wish to speak. Yolanda Braxton, having a high school is vital to this community, so bring Capital High back to EBR. And Tammy Christie is in support, Capital High alumnus, and does not wish to speak. And that is all of the public comment and cards that I have, and we are now back to the board. Were you on the board before, or because I look like I might have? You good? Okay. Well, not surprisingly, the board is clear. So, Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Motion carries. Dr. Narcisse.
I just wanted to first commend this board on putting children first. One of the promises that we've made was to make sure that we do right by this community and to go through this process. It was a lengthy one, and I know sometimes the board, there's always different folks that have different opinions about us around issues, but this board, I believe it's done the right thing for us to bring capital back to EBR. And the commitment that we have is not only to bring capital back, but to ensure that this community and this school is successful. That is the goal that has been from the day since we set on this mission. I appreciate also all the government agencies and folks that have helped. I see Councilman Cleve Dunn here. Appreciate his support, the alumni and others that are here that have done that. And I also appreciate LDOE for working with us through the process for doing that. It's still not a full giving back yet. I don't know, Max Day from LDOE is here. Would you mind coming up, Max, maybe telling, now that the board has voted 9-0 to bring back the school, I believe there is one more final step from the Betsy board. What we voted tonight was to bring the school back in agreement with the 5 conditions that have been set by Betsy. So I think there's one more vote. Is that correct? Okay.
So there are 2 other steps to do that.
Mhm.
At the October Betsy meeting, we will open a public hearing.
The comment, we'll close the public hearing, and then after that, there'll be a vote to return.
So there's one more vote left, is what I heard.
One more. Yes, sir.
So and that the date on that is?
I believe it's October 11th.
October 11th. And so once that happens, then the school will be back to EBR fully. And our goal is to continue to do exactly what we said we're going to do. And it's not only just bringing the school back, but as we even spoke with Betsy and other folks, is to make sure that the school is successful with the community. And that is the promise that we give in this community. That's what we said we're going to do, and that's what we're going to do. And so I just wanted to, again, thank the LDOE for working with us, thank the alumni and partners, and I look forward to October 11th when Betsy will do their final vote so we can really celebrate and help this school be successful. Thank you, President.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Almost said Dr. Lannis again. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, President Tadman. I just wanted to use a point of privilege. But before I say that, I'll say this. I'm going to speak into existence now. Betsy's going to vote in favor of capital, and y'all will be coming back. Thank you, my man from LDOE, for all the work you've been doing. My point of personal privilege is I wanted to, if we have any Capitol High School alumni supporters in the building, I would love for them to come up front with our board or any board members that would like to take pictures with them. More specifically, Board Member Howard, given all of the work that he has put into this also over the course of the last 4 years, we just want to call you all down and just be able to say that from our end, we did our part. And we want to call you all down for a picture, if that's okay, Mr.
Yes,
Superintendent, Mr.
sir. Absolutely.
President. Thank you.
You got 5 minutes. No, I'm just kidding. Just joking.
Board member, we're gonna have.
Keep the same. All right, let me know. It's gonna be a bunch of y'all, so be patient. 1, 2, 3. Go, 1, 2, 3. Great. Another one. All right, 1, 2, 3.
It would help. I'm so excited, I forgot to turn. Item K1, discussion of actions required to bring East Baton Rouge Parish School System staff into compliance with Louisiana Revised Statute 4231. I don't have anything, Mr. Counselor. Wait, okay, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Tapman. This little issue has come up for a number of months, questions around this statute and whether our district is in compliance. And I know you sent me or I don't know if it's just me, but I saw an email, that kind of spoke to that, but it keeps recurring. So, in order to just be responsible around it, I wanted to get General Counsel's opinion on this so that we can make this clear, or if we are out of compliance, what we need to do to be in compliance. I have a bit of concern around our board and district when it comes to being within the law and making sure that we're abiding by our statutes. I thought that the statute would actually be in the backup, or the piece that refers to us or does not refer to us would be in the backup so that the public can see this as you speak to this. So would you speak to this, please? And if you could quote in the statute where we either are or are not in compliance and what we might need to do moving forward.
Yes, ma'am. And I can actually add a supporting memo later. The reason I don't have backup is I'm working with external counsel to look into this a little deeper. As you know, I sent an email to the board, I think several days ago, of some research I solicited back in May of this year. This question came up some time back. And I got some information from external counsel. Their initial opinion was they did not believe this statute applied to us. And I'm going to basically state the terms of statute so the public knows what we're talking about. 4231 requires any person hired or employed in an unclassified position as defined by the State Civil Service Commission and whose annual salary or rate of compensation is equal to or exceeds $100,000 annually shall within 30 days of being hired or employed provide proof of public employee that he's been issued a Louisiana driver's license and that all vehicles registered in his name are registered in the state of Louisiana. And so in my initial conversations with external counsel, the belief was that did not apply to us. There are state civil service rules that have been cited since then that they're reviewing where parish school boards may be listed under regards to state constitution, but I need an opinion from external counsel before we take any action. I will say that I guess, to err on the side of caution until we can get a finding, we asked HR to look into actual numbers of employees out of compliance, and I believe there are only 3 at this point in the entire district. So they are working to get in compliance if the statute applies to us. What I would propose I do is once I get a final opinion on that I send that to the board, and also I can post it here for the public to see.
Does it say, it says under, would you read that again about, it would be helpful if I could see that myself, but you said under the guidelines of the
State civil service. Yeah, so so unclassified persons as defined in the state civil service rules, okay? It does not mention parish school boards in the statute. And so that's kind of where the confusion came in. Our external counsel are looking into whether they believe that actually applies to us as a parish school board. I need their opinion on that before I render an opinion to this board. But as legal counsel for this board and for the staff, my advice was let's go ahead and check to make sure that we are, if needed, will be in compliance no matter what that opinion may be. So as I said earlier, I can make sure we get that opinion to the board, and I can also post it here if that's the leisure, if that's the pleasure of the board, once that comes through.
Yeah, because a little earlier in the verbiage it mentions school boards, but it doesn't look like the school boards need to be attached to the civil service. So
Yeah.
that's where the confusion
Yeah, that's the confusion.
is. So,
Yeah, and actually, school boards are not mentioned in the state statute, right? And that I think that was why the initial opinion of our counsel was they didn't believe this was something we need to be concerned about. But again, attorneys always err on the side of caution. So
but school boards are mentioned in that.
Not in the state statute, no, ma'am. They may be mentioned in the civil service rules, but the Louisiana state law does not mention parish school boards. I want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah, let's make sure
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
clear so we can should we get any information or any ruling from the Attorney General on this?
I don't believe that's
Does that
necessary.
fall into that
Yeah,
category?
I don't believe that's necessary, Ms. Ms. Ware Jackson. I believe once I get an opinion from external counsel, I can look at that and determine and make a determination. And I have confidence in their ability to research this for us fully. And so I think that should be more than enough for us to proceed.
Yeah, that's good.
Yes, ma'am.
That'd be great. Okay. You want to err on the side of caution.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Vice President Collins.
Really, that was going to ask the AG whether or not it was would help to get an AG opinion, but you spoke on it. I know this has been dragging on. The question has been dragging on for a couple of months, and it would have been hoped that the people who already knew the question was out there would have took care of it, and this could have been a moot point. And I could have told one of my constituents, what's the point? So hopefully we'll get everything straightened out. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. The board is clear. We move now to item K2, board approved salary schedule, discussion of actions required to eliminate those situations in which full-time East Baton Rouge Parish School System employees are compensated with salaries not available on the board approved salary schedule.
Again.
Ms. Ware Jackson.
Close my mic. Thank you, President Tapman. Again, this was something that was brought up. Actually, I had asked. I didn't ask for this to be placed on this agenda, but to look. I was asking that the superintendent and HR look at that and see about any of those contracts or anything that was questionable, and then because there was questions around whether some of this needed to be board approved. And if so, then we would bring it back to the committee of the whole for approval. that was the what I mentioned in the communication. So when I saw this was on the agenda, you know, it was too late then, but at any rate, the intention was to have was to ask the superintendent and HR to look at this and kind of vet through it. And then if it needs to be brought to us for approval, we could do that at the committee of the whole. So Dr. Narcisse, what do you say?
Sorry, Board Member Jackson. I was looking at the little one running around the place, so I was hopeful that he didn't get hurt. So, if we could just repeat that one more time, your question.
Just to look at those, the questions around those, maybe some contracts or some salaries that should have been board approved. And if so, we can bring that back to the committee of the whole. That was the question, the concern. And, you know, I don't know whether you've looked at that to see that already or what, but because like I said, I didn't expect this to be on the agenda unless it needed to be at the committee of the whole for board approval on anything that needed to be approved by the board.
Yeah, we can look into this. As you know, we have made, you know, the board commissioned us to do a compensation study to fix all the salaries as we look into salaries into next year and raising those things. And so it's something we can go in and take a look at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think some of the question was around maybe some contracts that may have been changed that maybe should look at. I think you were in that email, right? Not sure, huh?
I'm not sure, Board Member Jackson, but I can look at specifically.
I know I was copied on it, so you know it wasn't to me, you know.
Yeah, I could take a look at that. But we can look into that.
Mm-hmm. And then if we need to approve them, then surely they could come back to the committee of the whole, not this board meeting.
Mm-hmm. We can look into that.
Ms. Ware Jackson, I'll give you a call tomorrow to make sure we get the specifics of that email, and I'll work with Dr. Narcisse.
Mm-hmm. Well, the email wasn't from me, so yes, I would, you know, it was forwarded to me, but it was to you all.
Okay, we'll look into that, Board Member Jackson, and if there's any thing where we'll do some research on our end. If there's anything that needs to be board approval, we do as we do everything to make sure that all of the board actions is the board action.
Right. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was asking, yes, to bring it later if it needed to be.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. The board is clear. We move now to item L, updates, redistricting update. Do you have any updates, Council?
I have no updates at this point. As you know, we're in a holding pattern. The matter is currently in the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. Following a decision by the district court, we are currently in a situation where we were stayed from using one plan and also prevented from using the other. So we're currently using the 9-member plan adopted in 2014 by this board. The Court of Appeals has not rendered a decision. They've not given us a timeline as to when they expect to render a decision. As soon as I have any information on that, I'll provide it to the board in writing.
Thank you, Mr. Shamlin. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Mr. Shamlin, I was hoping you would just read the report so we make sure we got all of that information in there. Would you mind?
Yes, ma'am, I will. Purpose of the memo is to serve as a response to a request for an update on the East Branch Parish School Board's redistricting process regarding the status of litigation. As communicated recently in the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, is granted in part and denied in part the school board's request for a stay of the trial court's June 17th judgment. Specifically, the circuit stayed the portion of the trial court's judgment that required the implementation of Ware Collins Plan 111. First Circuit Court, however, did not stay the portion of the judgment enjoining the implementation of Plan 22. As counsel, including counsel for the Louisiana State Secretary of State, interprets it, the ruling means that neither plan can be implemented until further determination. Court of Appeals granted the board's motion for expedited review and set oral arguments on August 10th of 2022. Those oral arguments were made. However, the court has not rendered an opinion. A motion to dismiss the matter was offered by opposing counsel and a response filed by the board counsel. The Fifth Circuit has not rendered an opinion on any of those pending issues. As for now, it would appear that we must continue under the current 9-member plan until we receive a ruling from the court.
Okay, I appreciate you reading that. Let's see if I can. And I know we always tie everything we do to the strategic plan. And I certainly agree the cornerstone under operational excellence by having these reports to keep people updated on where we are in that. And, you know, our commitment in this is to be responsible stewards of community resources for the achievement of district priorities. That's a little bit skewed as far as being stewards, good stewards to our resources, you know, because we are spending a lot of money, over 125,000 to produce a redistricting plan, which we basically failed to do now that we're in the middle of a lawsuit with an acceleration of money spent to do something that we failed to do, what we could have done for less than 25,000. And our key performance indicators are streamlined district services and operations to improve district interactions and experiences and increase clear and consistent internal and external communications through all district channels. I think by having these reports, it does indeed increase the communications. So I do appreciate that. It's unfortunate that we have to spend so much money on something we failed to do, and it's definitely not in the best interest of our district. But I appreciate the report, so thank you very much. And I would appreciate seeing this seeing an ongoing report at each of our regular school board meetings, just to keep everybody abreast of what's going on. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. We now move to organizational items. Ms. Dyson.
Yes. Announcement of meetings. The Dufrock School Community Forum is to be held on September 21st, 2022, from 4:30 to 6 p.m. at the Dufrock School. Some or all board members may attend. Community Forum is to be held on September 22nd, 2022, from 5 to 6:30 p.m. at the Blue Bonnet Library. Some or all board members may attend. Oversight Committee meeting is to be held on October 3rd, 2022 at 5 p.m. at the Central Office, Conference Room A. Some or all board members may attend. Community of the Whole is to be held on October 6th, 2022 at 5 p.m. at the Central Office Boardroom. And our regular board meeting is to be held on October 20th, 2022 at 5 p.m. at the Central Office Boardroom. And I'd like to add that the EBR Fall Fling recruitment event is scheduled for September 24th to be held from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at Sherwood Middle Academic Magnet School, 1020 Malbrook Drive. And I move to adjourn.
Before you do, I just want to take a moment to thank our staff, Dr. Narcisse and our staff, for being here and the work that you put in. I want to thank our board members for hanging through a long meeting, and I want to thank law enforcement for the work that you do with us all the time. And Ms. Dyson.
I also want to, I'm sorry, Mr. Tatman, I really do need to make a comment about the Dufrock meeting, because there's been some confusion, and there's been a lot of, there's parents that sent emails like a month or so ago asking for a later time. And this meeting is still on the schedule at a time when there's early dismissal and parents just can't be there. So I understand from Dr. Narcisse that there will be opportunities for another meeting later, because I believe if we keep it at the 21st, at that time when they are objecting to, you won't have the impact that, or even the value or intent of the meeting. So, but there are wonderful parents who are hoping to pull more community members into this conversation to really make Dufrock the school that that we actually want it to be. It's a wonderful neighborhood school with a wonderful special component there, and we want to increase that and bring in the community. So I appreciate that, and we can figure out when that later meeting will be. I know they're asking for sometime early October, so they have more time to plan for this. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tirza Smith, and I'm the Director of Child Welfare and Attendance with East Baton Rouge Parish Schools. On September 6th, the governor signed a proclamation recognizing September as Attendance Awareness Month. Did you know that students can suffer academically by missing 10% or more of school days? That's just a couple of days per month. Absences add up, whether excused or unexcused. So let's work together. Attendance takes a village. Let's work together to get our kids in school, to keep them in school, and to fill those seats so that they can learn today and achieve tomorrow.
Hi, this is Aishla Burgess, the Executive Director of Truce, and September has been designated as Attendance Awareness Month by the Louisiana Department of Education. Let's continue to make attendance a priority for our future success.
Good afternoon. I'm Gail Grover, Juvenile Court Judge in East Baton Rouge Parish, Division B. Thank you, Superintendent Narcisse, as well as the entire school board for your proclamation to recognize September 2022 as Attendance Awareness Month for East Baton Rouge Parish School System. Truancy is an issue locally, across the state, and throughout the country. It is so important to bring awareness to the issue and to impress upon our students, parents, and community just how important it is for every child to attend school daily. I appreciate the opportunity to work in collaboration with Child Welfare and Attendance and the Truancy Assessment Center programs of East Baton Rouge Parish School System, as well as multiple partner agencies to address truancy in our parish. I'm asking every adult to use your influence to encourage our children to attend school. Together, we can reduce truancy and increase school attendance. Thanks again for this important proclamation to make September 2022 Attendance Awareness Month.
Hi, I'm William Tate, president of LSU. And I want to just say one thing, the empty seat problem. What is that? That's when you come to a classroom and the seat is empty. Why is it empty? Perhaps the young person has decided not to come to school. The empty seat problem is one of our great challenges. I want to encourage all young people to come to school, fill the seat, and take advantage of the learning opportunities in your building. The empty seat problem goes away when you make the right decision. Come to school, learn, and add value to our society. We need you. No more empty seats.
This is Ted James reminding you that regular school attendance has a direct reflection on our young people's ability to be successful in school. Even missing as low as 10% of class, whether that be excused or unexcused, can make a huge difference in a young person's trajectory. September is School Attendance Awareness Month, and I want to encourage all of you to be in school every single day to gain the tools that you need to be successful citizens in the world. This goes for parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, and friends. We all want to make sure that our students attend school regularly so that they can be successful, contributing citizens, and that we can all be proud of our young people.